Hello, and welcome to this, our 153rd live stream. Philosophy is a walk on a slippery rock. Of course, this is a tribute to the Edie Brickell song, who is probably one of the most vacuous entertainers ever to hit the charts. But it was a catchy tune, and there's no doubting it was catchy. Even though she was completely vacuous. Still remember seeing an interview once where she basically was asked about the song, and she said, well, I just wanted to get attention so I could get a good husband. That was it. Okay. So anyway, this was a song that was very popular in the late 1980s, early 1990s. So unless you're of a certain age, then you probably don't know it. But it had a tune that went along like, I'm not aware of too many things. I know what you know, if you know what I mean. Philosophy is a walk on a slippery rock. Religion is a smile on a dog. I mean, it was totally a vacuous song, and it was and everybody loved it. Completely vacuous, but Alexis asked, "Did she get one? A husband?" Yeah, she did. She actually married a very high power music producer. So yes, she did. As it turns out. Then she never wrote another album. Didn't have to. She was married now. That's it. Done. Purpose served. Okay. So, for those of you who are just tuning in, who have never been on this channel before, and I know we got a lot of lurkers, this is our Friday night live stream where we take your questions on ancient Egypt and the Bible. Now, we got a couple of housekeeping to take care of first. The first thing is that AT Ministries has funded a Assassin's Creed Origins, essentially live play. And we're going to do this starting on Tuesday. We're planning on doing it around 4 p.m. and going for 3 hours. We're going to be doing this over at an 8-week stretch. Okay? So, be sure to tune in on Tuesday for that live playthrough. We will be putting up the thumbnail fairly soon. Please don't confuse that thumbnail with the live stream thumbnail, because if you put questions, esoteric Bible questions, on the playthrough thumbnail, it won't get answered, okay? Just want to make that clear. We've had that happen where we've had a couple thumbnails up in the past where people got confused and posted their question on the wrong one. Make sure if you post a question, unless it happens to relate to the game or what's happening on the stream as I'm playing the game, we will stop. If you see something like, for example, if you see a detail on the screen of the game and you want me to look at it, yeah, sure, I'll do that. But if you're going to ask me something very esoteric, like what's the meaning of life on a playthrough like that, don't expect it to get answered. DC says people are going to be very confused. Oh yeah, but that's just people. People are always confused. Heck, I'm always confused. One day I'm doing Egypt in the Bible. Now I'm doing video game reviews. So yeah, I mean, I can understand the confusion. What is the meaning of life? You know what? Someone asked that in the super chat already. Might have been you. We'll see it in a moment. Trash Rat. Dr. felt confused? Now that just made me confused. Well, so anyway, the Assassin's Creed Origin thing is going off Tuesday, 4 p.m. Be there. Now, the other piece of housekeeping we have is the group that has basically has organized our tour of Egypt and the Bible has produced a little promotional video, about 2 minutes. We're going to show it here for the first time, okay? So we hope you enjoy it. So we will play that right now.
Join Egyptologist Dr. David Folk for a 9-day Egypt and the Bible tour departing on March 10th, 2025. Dr. David Folk earned his PhD and 3 master's degrees. His research is focused on the history and rituals of ancient Egypt, the Old Testament and the Exodus, chronology and digital humanities, and origins. Throughout the Bible, Egypt played a powerful role. From Genesis all the way to Revelation, explore its ancient wonders in Cairo and at the pyramids of Giza and the Great Sphinx. Among impressive archaeology, you'll also explore the Museum of Egyptian Antiquities, home to over 120,000 ancient Egyptian artifacts. From there, a chartered flight will take you south to places like Memphis, Saqqara, Dashur, Aswan, Luxor, and Karnak Temple. See the unfinished obelisk, stroll through the Valley of Kings and Queens, explore the Luxor Museum, discover the remains of an ancient Israelite village, and more. With so much still left to explore, be sure to register for the Mount Sinai and Red Sea pre-tour or Egypt Revealed post-tour extension. Relax on the Red Sea, join the optional tour to St. Catherine's Monastery, or climb Mount Sinai, where Moses received the 10 Commandments. The choice is yours. You can also dive deeper into ancient Egypt on the Egypt Revealed post-tour extension. Travel to Central Egypt, where you will see the masterpieces of Egyptian art and history. View the tombs of Beni Hassan, the unique Midim Pyramid, and monuments of Ramses II. Don't let this chance to explore the ancient lands of Egypt and the Bible with Egyptologist Dr. David Folk pass you by. Learn more and book your tour by calling 888-431-7209 or visit www.jcbs.org.
Okay, so there you have it. The promo for the upcoming tour that's going to be happening this March. And if you want to get involved in this, sign up today because spots are limited. And I think the cutoff is sometime in like December, I think. But you can't wait till the last minute on this. They have to know in advance that you are interested. Okay? So, anyway, that's going to be a really, really exciting tour. Somebody did ask me if I would sign my book if people brought this on the tour. The answer, of course, is yes, I would. In fact, I'd even go as far as to say I'd doodle in there. I'd doodle a drawing in the little book. In the book. Where did I see that now? Trash Ass says, "Don't let his looks deceive you," he giggles. Yeah, doodle and an autograph. You know, you can't go wrong with that. Very few, scholars of this tier would ever doodle in the front of their book. I, however, have no problems with this. Okay, so that takes care of channel business right now. So let's get into the questions. I'm going to start the night off with 4 non-super chats. And the first one here is from Pablo Marquez. And he asks, many times I've seen the embarrassing details argument being used to defend the Bible. What do you think of it? This is sometimes called the argument from embarrassment. And it's the idea that if they're spilling tea, leaking all sorts of unflattering details about people, it's more likely to be true than a work where you lionize someone, where you sanitize it, get rid of the embarrassing details, make them seem better than they really are. Okay? So, this is where things kind of sort of get interesting. Because I have seen skeptics, and one that pops to mind off the top of my head is Ron Hendel, make really silly counter-arguments for this. Okay? You can sort of gauge how much traction an argument has by how much the opposition sort of pushes against it. If Ron Hendel is taking the time to construct really bad counter-arguments to this, then I think the argument has some merit. Now, I don't think that's the only reason, okay? It is true that, for example, in origin stories, those origin stories that contain embarrassing details you wouldn't want associated with an origin story, those are more likely to be true. They tend to be more mundane. They tend to be less mythologized. They tend to be just better origin and more accurate origin stories. So I think there is something to the criterion of embarrassment. Okay? So I think it's actually a pretty good argument. It's not perfect, because there can be certain agendas that, say, would want to amplify embarrassing situations for certain leaders. But overall, if you see this practice being consistently used across a broad spectrum, then it has merit. It has merit. Okay? So, anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciate it. The next question here is from Ernie Stanley. And he asks a pretty common Greek question, which is, are the Greek words agape, phileo, and eros all the same love? Exactly the same. Okay. Here's where we get into the weeds of Greek lexical semantics. Basically, what is the meaning of words? Now, the problem is, when you get to the 1st century AD, the distinctions between these words even out, so that they are pretty much all the same, or can be. They're close enough to being the same that the differences between them are virtually indistinguishable. Okay? Now, this wasn't always the case. This wasn't always the case. But by the time you get to the 1st century AD, it is certainly the case. So now what we get here is, the question is, like the difference between phileo and agapo. Okay? In the case of phileo, it's love. It does mean love. But there was a certain problem in the 1st century, which was that there was also a word that sounded very similar, phoneo. Now, phileo means love. Phoneo means kiss. And sometimes when people were slurring their words, they would slur one for the other. So that sometimes phileo became associated with phoneo. So when Christ asks, hey, Peter, do you phileo me? And Peter says, yes, Lord, I do. And he asks the second time, okay, do you phileo me? Yes, Lord, I love you. Then it changes it to, do you agapoma? Do you agape love me, which means exactly the same as phileo. But it doesn't have that. There's no chance then of confusion with phoneo. So at that point, it's the same. It is the same meaning across phileo and agapao. Now, we do see circumstances even with eros, even though that has become, say, associated with more erotic love after the Hellenistic period. Okay, we gotta specify that. After. Okay. We do see in certain writings eros being used just like the other two words. Like we do have examples of eros after righteousness, which sounds very strange to modern ears. Sounds very odd to modern ears. But it is totally consistent with the time of the apostles and even the early church fathers. So it's one of those things where the lexical meanings of words do change over time. Sometimes they become differentiated, sometimes they become closer in meaning. And it's during the 1st century AD where these words become closer in meaning, so as to be almost indistinguishable from each other. So this is why when, say, pastors use this sermon when they preach, it's complete garbage. It's that, like, they don't know what they're doing, essentially. So we don't... Okay, I'll take that. Mechanique asks, so was this conversation of Jesus asking Peter to feed the flock originally in Greek or Aramaic? We don't know. Both gentlemen would have been able to speak both. Okay? Palestine at that time was a polyglot society. There was a lot of Greek floating around at the time. We do know from Sanhedrin that prayers in the temple could be done in either Hebrew or Greek. Greek was considered by the Israelites to be an acceptable liturgical language. So there were Greek prayers offered up in the temple of the Lord. So again, that comes from Sanhedrin. So we do know there was a lot of Greek floating around. That was because there was a lot of... it was a Hellenist territory conquered by Alexander the Great. And, this is what we call the scribes. Scribes, when mentioned in the Bible, those are essentially Hellenistic Jews. Jews who spoke Greek and read Greek. So, Jack Ray, it was Greek to me. Yeah, it's still Greek to me. Yeah, so anyway, we don't know what the original language of Jesus' conversation was, but it is both possible. It could have been either Greek or Aramaic. It's possible. We just don't know. Assumingly, there's a lot of languages that are floating around. We have to understand that polyglottism isn't the exception in the ancient world. It was the norm. It was the norm. Especially in countries that are crossroads. Any country you have where there's a crossroads, you tend to get polyglottism. And in Palestine, you had Hebrew, Aramaic, Greek, Latin. You even had some Egemean floating around. And, all sort of those splinter other languages of people coming in from abroad. So any place where you get a crossroads, you're going to get polyglottism. This is why barmaids in Switzerland can speak 4 languages. At least. Okay. It's annoying how many languages they can speak. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question. Very, very much appreciate it. Okay, the next one here is from, let me explain, Followers of the Shepherd. And he asks, in Leviticus 19:10, the word valagir is used. Does this mean like a stranger, like someone you don't know, or an alien, foreigner? Any nuances to it? Oh, yes, howdy. Lots of nuances to this one. Okay. Now, what you've quoted here is actually the word ger attached to the preposition le and the vav conjunction at the beginning. Okay. Now, a ger is a sojourner. Okay. It's specifically a sojourner. Now, what's a sojourner? A sojourner is somebody who wanders across a land, making their living off the land. That's what a sojourner is. Now, a ger in ancient Israelite culture specifically means a sojourner, but it also can mean a refugee or even a protected alien. It's not just a stranger as in like someone you don't know. It's more of a class of people that are inside your land. So these are people who have permission to be on the land, who are making their living off the land, and they are protected by certain rights. Okay? So that's what it is. A lot of Canaanites after the conquest became ger, or sojourners. They weren't wiped out. They just started wandering around the land, making their living off the land. Okay? Now, this is not the only class of, say, foreign person, as it were. You also got two others classifications too, which is a toshev. And a toshev is a sojourner and a resident alien, so they're allowed to stay too. But they're not like a ger. Gers are allowed generally, if they want to, become circumcised and participate in Passover. A toshev is a foreign person who has permission to work the land, but cannot participate in Passover. They're specifically forbidden from it because they won't undergo the circumcision. Okay? Then you got another one, which is a nakor. Now, a nakar are hostile foreigners. Okay? These are people who did not have permission to enter the land. These are guys like your Assyrian invaders, your Egyptians, your Hittites. These are the guys from the outside, coming in to pillage, plunder, steal, wreak general chaos, and kill people. Okay? So those are your general three classifications of foreigners. You got the ger, you got the toshev, and then you've got the nakar. Okay? And all of them have different rights and responsibilities. You don't want nakar in your land. Those are the people you want to get rid of. You want them out of your land because they're there just to steal. Ger have permission, and they're protected as such. St. Ronan asks, would a sojourner be equivalent to a traveler or a wanderer? More of a wanderer. They're not a traveler. They're basically wandering about your land, raising their sheep and their cattle on your land. And they've got permission to do that. The government has given them permission to wander your land for those purposes. Okay? I'll skip that one up here. Alexis asks the question, could women foreigners take part in Passover? Yes. Yes, they're allowed to take part in Passover. Even if their husbands decide not to. The allowance of women into, say, participation into Passover wasn't nearly as arduous as for a man. For a man, it required circumcision. For women, it required a warm bath. Okay. As my producer pointed out, sometimes inequality is a good thing. Okay. Yeah, so basically they used a ritual of the mikvah. Um, Alexis, nice. I figured they couldn't get circumcised for obvious reasons. Yeah. So they get a warm bath. Just a bath. Nice. Much better than the circumcision. Ooh. Okay, so let's move on here. That covers, I think, our question here of the ger. And yes, it is it is a nuanced. It does mean a sojourner, a non-Israelite sojourner. Okay. Now it does reference sometimes Israelites before they enter into the land, but once they're in the land, like for example, in reference to Leviticus 19, where prospectively they're looking forward to occupying the land, it means somebody who isn't an Israelite. All right. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Okie dokie. Next one here. One more non-super chat, and then we get to the super chats. Way up to the top here. Next one. 12.5. Okay. Let me explain. Followers of the shepherd says, how can God remember? Is this anthropomorphic? Genesis 9:15, Leviticus 26:42, 45. It's positional. The whole idea of God remembering is much more of an action word. It's an active thing, but more than a passive thing. In human beings, we talk about remembering as kind of a passive thing. Oh, yeah, we're just working on something here, and all of a sudden, oh, I remember I've got a pot on the stove. Okay? It's not quite like that with God. With God, it's like he knows about it already, but now he's decided to do something. It's a sign that he's willing to act at this point. So it's not anthropomorphic, but it is basically a sign of action. You know, God has said, okay, yeah, I'd known about this, waited long enough, time's up, now I'm going to do something. Okay? So that's what it means when God remembers. You know, for example, when it says, you know, God remembered his promise to Abraham and heard the cries of his people. Okay, now he's decided to act. So it's now in the forefront of his agenda. And when it's at the forefront of his agenda, God does something. So that's what it means for God to remember. That he's done just knowing about it in basically an intellectual way. Now he's knowing about it in a active way. And he's going to work on this now. Okay. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay. That's our non-super chats here. St. Ronan, which means God means business. Yeah, that's exactly what it means. When God remembers something, he means business, and he's about to do something. So, Alexis goes, good way of saying it. I haven't heard it put that way. Well, that's why you come to the channel. We try. Yes, we giggled too, but we try to not waste your time. All right, let's get to the super chats now. we have a new member. Mara Mara has joined the Seth tier. We want to thank her for becoming a paying member of this channel. Your contributions here do help us to continue to do this work, so we want to thank you very much for that. Next super chat from back to the top here, all the way up. All right, it's from Bonbon. Bonjour, Bonbon. And he asks, in Egypt, did rich people place their houses beside poor people's houses? It's a good question. It's a very good question. If so, was there class hatred? Also, did priests live in temples? Oh, wait, let's take these kind of backwards. Reading the reverse order. Did priests live in temples? No. Certainly not. Oh, boy. Temples are hot in the daytime, cold at night. Living in a temple would have been absolutely miserable. It would be a terrible place to live. No, priests lived in houses. The high priest would live in a house nearby, usually made out of mud brick, which was a much better to live in. And the rest of the priests were part of what's called file corvée labor. That means they were rotated in and out. So they had homes elsewhere. Okay? But anyway, yeah, they did not live in temples. Nobody in the right mind lived in a temple. The gods did, but they were special. Okay, they didn't have hot. They weren't sensitive to hot and cold, not like we are. Okay. As far as rich people, did they place their houses beside poor people? Well, you know, back in Egypt, there were both good and not so good areas to live in. Okay. So in certain cities, there would have been, say, high-end residential districts, and they would not have been in the same area as the poor housing. Just like today. You know, there were good areas and bad areas of every little town. So, unfortunately, that has not changed in thousands of years. Now, was there class hatred? Well, there was certainly class disrespect. Okay? Various classes did disrespect each other. That goes almost without saying. Did it ever boil into violence? No, as far as we know. But then again, too, Egypt was a brutal dictatorship. So, if anyone stepped out of line, if some poor people stepped out of line, they got crushed pretty hard. So, if there was class hatred, they kept it to themselves. So, but we do know from various towns that there were good places to live and not so good places to live. Areas where you would have wanted to live and areas where you wouldn't have wanted to live. And priests did not live in temples. All right. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the member question. Very much appreciate it. I'll take that one that Alexis just brought up here. What would the punishment be for poor people who stepped out of line? A beating. Egyptians love to beat people. Okay, they would beat you to an inch of your life. One of the things they loved doing was beating your open palms and the bottoms of your feet. Okay? And they would beat them until they bled. Okay. So, and we have it in the text that these peasants were beaten until they were crippled. Yeah, Egyptians were ruthless about the beatings. And no, the rich did not get beat like this. Although we have some instances where they were. Yeah. certain wealthy people during, say, the tomb robbery incident did receive such beatings. But, yeah. Yeah. They love to beat people. Oh, yeah. They were big on the beatings. Okay. Yep. If they wanted to question you, you're going to get a beating. If they didn't want to question you, you're going to get a beating. You're just going to get a beating. Warrior of Most High. Are there depictions of Egyptians beating someone? Yes, there is. Okay, there is one depiction I know of where a constable is beating a guy who's already down, who's trying to flee, and he's still beating him. Yeah. So it's like they love the beating. And you see this, I mean, it's a really interesting relief. The prisoner has got a rope around his foot. He's got a rope around his foot. He's not going anywhere. But the constable still beats him. Yeah. Yeah, we do have a depiction of this. Okay, so beatings are always fun subjects to talk about, especially when it comes to Egypt. I hear all this stuff sometimes about how great it would be to go back and live in ancient Egypt. Oh, no. I'm happy where I am, thank you. No time travel for me. All right. Next super chat here is from AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for a super chat. He says, this is a reminder that there'll be no more weekly reminders. That's because we're starting the Assassin's Creed Origins live play this Tuesday at 4 p.m. This is also a reminder to the chat that the 24-hour live stream costs $50K according to you. Oh, yes, and we're going to stick hard to that one. Because I don't want to do it, so $50K it is. Never say no, just quote a price that no one will match. Okay, so anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. And again, Tuesday, 4 p.m. BC, oh, it's so on. Oh, yes, like it is so on. 18 Ministries from 199. Thank you for the super chat. How should we interpret regret in Genesis 6:6? All right, let's bring up our text here. And we'll talk about this. All right. And the Lord was sorry that he had made man on the earth, and he was grieved in his heart. Okay. Now, this is the idea of being sorry, nakam, to console oneself, be sorry, regretful, and grieved as in atzab, to hurt, pain, or grieve. These are basically your these are the verbs you're dealing with, the emotions. Now, how do we interpret emotion in a divine being? One that's immutable, doesn't change, is the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow. I think the best explanation I've heard for this is that it is positional. That whenever God gets close to iniquity, he becomes angry and grieved and regretful. Okay? So what happens generally then is, in order to assuage those emotions, he withdraws. His essence withdraws from the situation so he doesn't have to act on it. Now, in this particular case, what we got here is, the whole earth has become this. He still has, at this point in time, his area of sacred space in Eden. That still exists at the time of Genesis 6. So God still has a presence on planet Earth at this time, where the profane on the outside, the wilds, the savagery of the earth is calling out to him. And he's right there. He's seeing it. He's in his sacred space in the cultivated Garden of Eden. That still exists in Genesis 6. So at that point, God has basically withdrawn as much as he can without, and at this point, if he does not act in such a way as to assuage this, and there's two ways he can act. He can withdraw further, or he can judge. And he has decided at that point to judge. So that's how we would interpret regret here, is that it's positional. It's positional to the proximity of God compared to the proximity of the iniquity and rebellion around him. So this is why, again, whenever we talk about the emotions of God, God's emotions don't change regarding iniquity. God's always going to hate sin. He's always going to be angry about sin. But the way he deals with this is he either forgives the sin or he separates himself from it. He judges it. Okay? So when we look at regret here, we have to look at it in the context that we have in Genesis 6, which is Eden still exists. He's still in a sacred space at Eden. And mankind has just gone from bad to worse, to the point where they would destroy themselves. So in order to prevent that destruction of mankind, he has to, at that point, exercise judgment. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay. AT Ministries for $199. How is Genesis 31:49 a death threat? Now, we did a certain sneak peek of a certain mug that's going to be offered for sale in the not too distant future, but we're timing that with a video that we are doing on Genesis 31:49. Okay? So we're not going to go into too much detail about this, but it is definitely a death threat. Definitely a death threat. But let's just pick the passage here and we'll just go over it very brief. We won't give you the whole context because we don't want to give, as I say, too much away for the video. But here. All right. We'll start at 41 and we'll just go to 50 because that'll explain it. Okay? And Mitzpah's a pile of stones. He said, "May the Lord watch between you and me when we are absent, one from another. If you mistreat my daughters, or if you take wives besides my daughters, although no man is with us." See, this is look, watch, that same sort of watch. God is witness between you and me. Okay? So, here's what's going on. They've set up this stone monument as a marker. You don't cross to me, I don't cross to you. We stay on our sides of the marker. If I find out, and I don't even have to be there to find out you mistreated my daughters, because you'll cross that marker if you do. And I know if you cross that marker, you mistreated my daughters, and I'm going to kill you. Those are not the wedding vows you want. Okay. This is not something you want to send somebody on a greeting card. Okay. You don't want this on promise rings. You don't want this on wedding rings. Does not make a cute plaque over your couch. Alexis, ball and shame type vow well. Yes, Mama says, I'm Taurus tier, baby. I like those sweet, sweet secrets. No narcissism needed. Yes, it was available to Horus tier YouTube members, too. So, it wasn't just the Patreon members, but it was also the Horus tier and up. So, if you were Horus tier, Osiris tier, or Thoth tier, you got to see it. You didn't get to see it if you were Seth tier. Okay? But... Jack Ray. That reminds me of hilarious fighting threats where one dude says, you better be glad this guy is between us. Yeah, it's on that level. Yeah, it is. And he grabs a random guy and puts it between him and the target insults. Yeah. Oh yeah, you yeah, it's that kind of thing. It is that kind of thing. It's like, the Lord will keep us apart as long as you don't mistreat my daughters. As soon as you mistreat my daughters, you're a dead man. Yeah, not something you should probably end a Bible study with. Sorry. Unless it's a particular kind of... Yeah, well, there's that faithfulness thing. Yeah, sure. But... Okay, so... Yeah, so Genesis 31:49, definitely a death threat. Yeah, don't use it with pretty curly fonts on greeting cards. So, but we are going to be offering some merchandise with that. And some of you have seen it already. All right, let's get the next one here. 18 Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. How are we to understand the gift of prophecy today? I've heard some wild interpretations to make it be anything except the gift of prophesying. Okay. I think some of this comes out of the fact that we don't even understand what prophecy is in the past. We always assume that prophecy is predicting the future. Very little prophecy is predicting the future. Like less than 10% of biblical prophecy predicts the future. 90+% of prophecy is trying to make sense of the here and now, the present. You know, I'm always reminded of that statement by Noam Chomsky. Is 99% of people don't know what's going on. And 99% of 99.9% of people don't know what's going on, and 99% of those don't know that they don't know what's going on. Okay? So the vast majority of people don't know what's going on, and the vast majority of those people don't even know that they don't know what's going on. So what prophecy does, the vast majority of prophecy tries to make sense of the present. And frankly, the present can be pretty confusing. I mean, you don't have to be a headline eschatologist to be confused by what's going on in this world. You know, you can just look at say the newspapers and say, well, what the heck is going on in the former Eastern Bloc? It looks like they're ramping up for World War III. This is where the prophet would step in and say, oh, this is what this guy's doing, this is what this guy's doing, this is who's right, this is who's wrong. That's the purpose of prophecy, is to make something confusing in the now more clear. So, when we talk about the gift of prophecy today, it's almost more a discernment gift. But instead of being, say, spiritual discernment, it's current events discernment. So that's probably the best way to describe it. So knowing that about Old Testament prophecy, you can then apply that to New Testament prophecy really easy. So how does New Testament prophecy work? Well, it gives you an idea of what's happening in the here and now. So, that's probably the best description of prophecy. It's clarifying the moment. It's clarifying the present. It's helping those 99.9% of people who don't know what's going on, giving them some insight into what's going on. So, that's it in a nutshell. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. My pastor doesn't have an issue with my gift of teaching. Well, thank God for that. I just always feel icky when asked, even when he asked me to help lead a new believers class. Well, thank you. And he continues with another $4.99 super chat, which I need advice with, as I don't share all the beliefs my church elders have, since they are fundamentalist dispensationalists. How would you advise? I don't know how to navigate it. All right, that's a difficult situation. Now, I personally sympathize with this one, because there's never been a church I've gone to where I've agreed with everything across the board. Okay? But I would say a couple things. First of all, if they're not tolerant of other people's views, and I don't think they would be if they're a fundamentalist dispensationalist, that's almost the definition of not being tolerant of other people's views, I wouldn't go there. If this is a church that's still working for you, and it can be, I have been to churches where I have vehemently disagreed with the theology and still managed to work with them very well. So it can be done. So anyway, what I would recommend here is, if you're teaching under their roof, under their authority, and you're to teach representing their views, you should probably sort of bite the bullet on this one and teach their views. If you feel you can't teach their views, then it would be polite to decline that. Okay? Or ask for a teaching assignment where you wouldn't be required to. And there's lots of teaching assignments where you wouldn't be required to. Like, for example, I'll give you an example of a great teaching assignment where you wouldn't have to necessarily teach their views, which is, you teach a Sunday school class on, say, King David, okay? Or the Book of Kings, okay? You're teaching a historical work there that has almost nothing to do with theology, but is teaching God working in history. You can be of almost any denominational persuasion and theological persuasion and still do a very competent job at that. Okay? But the new believers class is teaching theology. It's teaching the beliefs of the church, whatever church that is. So I don't think you're going to be able to easily get out of that one, as it were. So if you want to teach in that setting, you're going to have to teach their views, because it's a new believers class in a fundamentalist dispensationalist church. That's the... Yeah. Also, the other piece of advice I would get you recommend here is to discuss with the pastor what's going to be taught, so you're not caught flat-footed. Okay? Try to get the whole curriculum in advance, so you know everything that's going to be taught, so you don't run afoul by accident. Because sometimes that can happen, where you can teach something that you think is right, but it runs afoul of some fine point of their theology. Okay? So make sure you understand their theology really, really well, so as not to accidentally step in it. Okay? As my producer also pointed out here, sometimes the pastor might agree with you, and the elders don't know the pastor agrees with you. Been there, done that, and that can be a sticky situation too. So, again, I would highly recommend that you teach what they want you to teach, especially since it's a new believers class in a fundamentalist dispensationalist church. Get the material ahead of time, understand all the content really well, and make sure you don't sort of go out of the parameters that they want you to teach in. Okay? Well, anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chats. We really appreciate it. Okay. AT Ministries for $4.99 asks, does 1 Corinthians 2, 3-5 mean that we can't add anything of ourselves in our teaching or preaching? What does 1 Corinthians 4:20 mean? Okay. Those are two separate questions, but let's bring it up here, and we'll start with 1 Corinthians 2. 1 Corinthians 2, verses 3. Actually, we'll take it a little earlier on this one. Okay. Let's start verse 1 here, because that's going to give us the context. When I came to you, brethren, this is verse 1, I did not come with superiority of speech or of wisdom, proclaiming you the testimony of God. For I determined to know nothing among you except Jesus Christ and him crucified. And I was with you in weakness and in fear and in much trembling. And my message and my preaching were not of persuasive words of wisdom, but in demonstration of spirit and of power, that your faith should not rest on the wisdom of men, but on the power of God. All right. Now, what's going on here? What we have here is this idea of persuasive words. We would call this today clever arguments. Okay? So when we talk about, now, this is going to, I know this might rub some apologists the wrong way, but there's a really valid point here, the passage. You have in here Paul coming to the Corinthians, and he's saying, I didn't persuade you with clever arguments. I just gave you the straight goods of Jesus Christ and him crucified. Basic theology, not clever argumentation. The problem with clever argumentation is that if you can persuade someone with clever argumentation, you can unpersuade them with more clever argumentation. This is why when it says, but in demonstration of the Spirit and of power, It is the power of the gospel. It's the power of the crucified and resurrected Jesus Christ. It is that spiritual truth that transcends the ages. So this is what is meant here. Is that it's not that if you, for example, you have, say, some evidence that would say, you're teaching on, let's say, just use an example, King David. It's not saying you can't say, well, we got evidence that the sling stones were the size of baseballs. Okay? It's not that. It's the idea that you're using, say, very, very clever stratagems and arguments to persuade somebody of the gospel. So, and I know, as I say, I know there are apologists out there that do this, okay? So I understand that this is going to rub some people the wrong way. But I think it is a valid point, and Paul makes this point that it's not our cleverness, it's our fidelity. That our fidelity to the gospel, our fidelity to the word of God, our fidelity to the truth and the evidence that draws people to Christ and makes them solid disciples in Christ. Not our cleverness, not our fancy words, not our knowledge of the deontological, ontological, cosmological, whatever argument. Okay? Those things may serve a purpose, but when it ultimately comes down to it, it's the gospel. That's where the rubber meets the road. Okay? Now, 1 Corinthians 4. 1 Corinthians 4, verse 20, is, again, following that theme. And it says, for the kingdom of God does not consist in words, but in power. And the verse 19 previously, but I will come to you soon if the Lord wills, and I shall find out not the words of those who are arrogant, but of power. Now, arrogance here is a very interesting word. It's the idea of pride above your station and abilities. Okay? A misplaced pride. Okay? And this is sort of the idea that goes along with those clever words. Puffery, we'd call it sometimes. Puffery. The idea that you're better than what you're saying. That it's not, I would say, let's just say, not a true assessment of your abilities and your speech and all of that, but an amplified, unjustified, say, magnification of your abilities and speech. So this is why, again, the gospel is not transmitted through clever arguments. It's transmitted into the power of the Holy Spirit, through the truth of the gospel that does not change. The gospel is the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and it'll never change. And that's its power, is its solidity in the truth. Okay, so anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. What's my bigger contribution? Assassin's Creed Origin or Spam Jerky? Well, we did appreciate the Spam Jerky, although our dehydrator broke. So there's no more Spam Jerky coming. So it's the end of the Spam Jerky line. I'm not going to get another dehydrator just for Spam Jerky. But I will say this, the Assassin's Creed Origins is, again, going to give us 8 weeks of programming. And And the money we get from this is going to go into a new camera. I need a new camera, which means more, and I'm basically upgrading my equipment to a full-frame camera so that I can take better pictures, which will then go into more books. And that will also, so the money you have provided to do this is going right back into equipment that are going to be used to do more work for the ministry. So, Francis Dobbs, yay, new camera. Oh yeah, I need one so badly. Yeah. My current camera is a D7200. It's like 8 years old. So, and it was a crop sensor camera. So, I mean, it was good in its time, but it doesn't do well in low light. And when I do a lot of photography in museums, I need that low light. So I need something with a full frame sensor just to be able to capture those images, And when you're doing photography in a museum, it's practically in the dark. You can't use a flash. Flashes are not allowed. So, and recently Nikon has come out with a very, very good, at least it sounds good, camera body that's very capable at low light. So again, this is specifically for capturing exhibits at museums. So, Jack Ray, maybe you could catch those baby crocodiles on camera with a better one. Ooh. Only if it has a telephoto lens. I don't want to get that close. Sorry. Yeah, that's Mama goes, pics or it didn't happen, Doc. Yep. There will be pics. Okay, we will have pics. When we get the new camera out, we will take pictures and we will post them online, and people will we'll give you the evidence that we actually purchased the camera, okay? Because I need it, okay? Essentially. Yeah, Egypt is coming up, okay? So as long as enough people sign on for that trip to Egypt, it's going to happen, okay? So I think we need 11 people to sign up for it at least. So, all right, let's get back to the super chats here. Back up there, way up. Get back here. Let's see where we're. All right. Next one from AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. I thought the curtain was torn because the death of Jesus allowed us access to the presence of the throne room, not that it was releasing, part 2, the Shekinah glory into the world. Is it both? If the Shekinah glory dwells in the believers, how does that relate to the Spirit within us? Okay. It's both. It's both. Well, the fact is, prior to the crucifixion, the Holy Spirit was sequestered in sacred space. This is when the Shekinah glory is released, when the veil is rent. It opened up the sacred to go into the profane. It's one of the most interesting developments in ancient religion, because ancient religion is marked by that duality, that strict separation between sacred and profane space. Here we have the veil opening up and the sacred pouring out into the world. Likewise, because it's pouring out in the world, we have now access to the throne. So, it's strictly speaking doing both. It's the Holy Spirit being able to pour out into the world, and safely so, as well as, us getting access to the throne room. So, BC says, so Christ's blood sanctified the whole world. Yes. Yes, it did. It allowed God to be among men. This is why it was now safe for the Holy Spirit to come and live within us. Because the Holy Spirit could now do that without fear of summary judgment. That's a big deal. Because before, if the Lord decided to be among us, it meant he had to judge our sins. Yeah, we would have all died. It would have been bad. Really bad. Yeah, to some extent, but we're also the representatives of the sacred. As Mama said here, we become enveloped in sacred space, and the answer is yes, to some respect. We have become enveloped in sacred space, but we've also become the ambassadors of the sacred. As the Spirit lives in us, we go into the places that are more profane, and we represent God there as his image bearers. So that's a yes and. That's a yes and there's more to it. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, AT Ministries for $1.99. He says, you're all welcome for the Assassin's Creed Online playthrough, by the way. Laugh out loud. Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah, we'll have a live chat going on as I do this. I've got my game controller. Okay, so we will be doing this. So we'll have this set up in, say, OBS Studio. So we'll have a little tiny picture of me at the bottom, a live chat going on live, and we will see if we can get this so we can so it, the miracle of modern streaming. So yes, you're all invited to join in live. It's a live playthrough. So I'm going to be there doing this live, going, dang, I got hit by an arrow again. Stop shooting arrows at me. Matthew Scarborough, we're about to watch Dr. Falk die over and over again, rolling on the floor laughing. Yeah, you probably are. You claim to be I'm an expert at I'm an expert at the Egyptology, not an expert at the gameplay. Okay. I mean, I'm an okay gamer, but I do my best. Make sure to climb the pyramid. Pyramids are like the least interesting things. Temples are fascinating. It's one of the things, like, in Egypt. Yes, okay, you're going to get me to go into pyramids in Egypt on the tour, okay? Because I will be there to be with you and to go into the pyramids. But I don't like pyramids. Pyramids are not nice. They're hot. They're really hot. They're really humid. They smell bad. Oh my gosh, do they smell bad. They smell horrible. Oh. Yeah, the tour company may not like how I'm promoting this tour. It will be fascinating. I'll say that. It'll be interesting. You will learn a lot. Alexis, what do they smell like? Bat guano. That's what they smell like. Yeah. Uh, my producer says, just like the Batcave smelled. Yeah, not like rotten fish. No, no, it's got a distinct smell. It doesn't smell like rotting fish. Uh, DC says, I'm coming for the food. I can show you some really great food there. Okay. Uh, I'll say this. There is some food in Egypt that is excellent. And then there's some that isn't. Don't eat the salad. Don't be American. Don't eat the salad. Uh, Harry Stark goes, who wants falafel? I want to do. There's this particular sandwich that, and it's not really a sandwich, that McDonald's sells called the McFalafel. I've always wanted to try a McFalafel. Oh no, 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 Alexis. You won't get salmonella or something. You'll get something. You'll get something called mummy tummy. Okay? And it's like the worst diarrhea you've ever had. I mean, it's the worst. Worst diarrhea you've ever had. It can be deadly, yeah. There's a Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to eat anything that's been washed in the water that comes from the Nile. You don't want to drink anything from the Nile either. Uh, you don't brush your teeth with cold water from the Nile. Use bottled water to brush your teeth. Yep, mummy tummy. Yeah, this is... yeah, it is, it's not pleasant. Tea's okay, because it's been boiled. Okay, tea's okay. It's been boiled. You can tell it's been boiled. You know, if someone made tea from water from the Nile, you know, it's not gonna hurt you. Okay. But anything else that if it's cold and it's been washed, like for example, they'll sometimes serve you drinks if you go into like a store. And there's usually two things they'll serve you. One is like an orange aid. It's made out of cold water. Don't drink that. Don't drink that. Or hibiscus tea, which is usually a red liquid. It's hot. Sometimes they cool it down, but it's been boiled. Okay. Drink the red liquid, not the orange. Okay. Thomas Perez asks, why is the Nile so dirty? Because it's Africa's toilet. When the spring rains come, or the fall rains, they're actually fall rains, come and dump on Eastern Africa, all of that goes down the Nile. Okay? So it's always been that Africa has been like this. This is not something new. This has always been like this. And it's these diseases that killed Champollion. You know, he died as a result of an infection he got in Egypt. You know, he thought he could just drink the water. Yeah, not a smart move. I've seen people swim in the Nile and then end up in the hospital later. You know, it's serious stuff. Don't go swimming in the Nile. Don't touch the Nile. Okay? You know, you might be in a boat where you're like, you could just put your hand over and skim it in the water. Yeah, don't do that. Yeah, don't do that. No, keep your hands in the boat. Yangtze? Oh yeah, it's worse than the Yangtze. Yeah, it is definitely worse than Yangtze. You do not want to do that. It's probably not as bad as, what was that one in India? There's one river in India that I think is worse. but it's bad. The Ganges. Yeah, it's better than the Ganges. It's worse than the Yangtze. Okay? So if that gives you there's also a bunch of parasites. Yeah, there's 50 different types of parasites in that water. Yeah, 50 different parasites. And some of these parasites are a trip to a hospital. Andrew Graham, what do you do if you fall into the Nile? You make sure you don't. And if you do, you make sure none of the water gets into your mouth. Because it's not fun. Yeah, you don't want a trip to the hospital. Yeah. So you don't. Here's the rule of thumb. Bake it, boil it, peel it, leave it. Okay? If it's baked, it's okay. If it's boiled, it's okay. If it's peeled, it's okay. If it's hasn't, leave it. Okay. So they'll all serve you. Every restaurant in Egypt will serve you salad, cucumber and tomato salad. Typically, don't eat it. Don't eat it. It's not worth the risk. They will serve you sometimes washed dates. Don't leave it. Not worth the risk. They serve you cooked meats, fine. That's perfectly okay. Boil eggs, fine. You can peel that. That's fine. It's been boiled. Stews, fine. Eat that. There's lots to eat. The kashiri, which is a rice and a pasta mix. Fine, that's been cooked. A lot to eat there. Yeah. Native Egyptians have developed an immunity to it. I saw when I was in Egypt, I saw a local brush his teeth in the Nile. I've seen that. Now, most modern Egyptians won't drink from the Nile directly. I have seen people who have, like most like even local Egyptians, native Egyptians now, won't drink from the Nile. They'll drink like bottled water whenever possible. They do have public water filters, but the filters are never changed. So even water in the public filtered system isn't safe. So again, yeah, every you can get bottled water all over the place. There's no problem getting bottled water. It's actually really, really easy. Every hotel will sell it. It's not expensive. You just make sure you have a lot of it on hand. On the tour bus, they will have generally a cooler with lots of bottles of water that they'll sell you. That's not covered by your trip generally, but they will sell water, and it's real cheap. You just do it, okay? So, but it's a really great experience. But again, all like all exotic locations, and this Egypt is an exotic location. You do have to be mindful of things. This is no different than if you went to Jamaica. Jamaica has the same sort of things. Yeah, there's beautiful lagoons in Jamaica, beautiful tropical forests. Don't eat uncooked seafood. Don't eat washed salads, even in Jamaica. Same thing in Egypt. It's just one of those things. But yeah, I mean, it's a great experience. I would, again, highly recommend it. I wouldn't go back if I didn't love it. Okay? I wouldn't go back if I didn't love the Egypt experience. Egypt is great. It's absolutely great. But take a few precautions to keep it great. All right, let's get back to the super chats here. All the way back up to the top here. Where do we leave off? Okay. Next one here is from Johnny Moe for $10. Thank you for the super chat. He says, I know Tolkien and C.S. Lewis approached myth as containing kernels of truth that point to Jesus and the ultimate true myth of the Bible. Do you see that as well in your experience? Thanks. Yeah, sure. You know, a myth is a story. There is a story to the Gospels and to the life of Jesus Christ. But this is, again, one level of truth, you know, within the biblical framework. You know, you do have stuff that's literally historically true. You do have a kind of story that's a meta-narrative. You do have, say, divine truths as well. These are theological truths. So there's many ways to approach, say, the biblical texts. And they're not all mutually exclusive or wrong. So just because there is a kind of, say, true myth in the Bible doesn't discount it in any way. And I'm more than happy with that. I think that's perfectly acceptable and perfectly within the sort of purview of orthodoxy. So yeah, I think that's there's no problem with this. And I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, we have a $1 super chat here from the Trash Rat. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he asks, what are your thoughts on the conflict thesis concerning Christianity and science? What are your thoughts on the new atheist movement and Dawkins' recent comments on the benefits of religion? Yeah, those recent comments were very interesting. He calls himself a cultural Christian. Now, there's no such thing in Christianity as a cultural Christian. There's no such thing. But Dawkins also doesn't like the use of Ramadan lights. You know, he's more than happy to destroy Christianity, but he doesn't want Islam to fill its vacuum. What did he think was going to happen? I mean, you spend 60 years or 50 years trying to destroy one religion, be moderately successful at doing it. What did you think was going to happen? Especially in England. England of all places, come on! It was I mean, you were bound to get Islam filling that vacuum. I don't think Dawkins has driven through Birmingham in the past 40 years. The guy's been in Oxford so long, he doesn't even remember that Birmingham exists. For those of you who don't know, Birmingham's like 90% Islam at this point. Okay. Okay. So, I mean, so that's what he means. Is he wants to keep the trappings of Christianity while hating on the religion of it. You know? And he can't have it both ways. Okay? Yeah, Mama says this, quote, "You got what you wanted, but you lost what you had." That's exactly what it is. Yeah. BC, even Birmingham tries to forget it exists. Yeah, but that's pretty much it. Is, he got rid of what he didn't like and lost what he had. Thomas Perez says, quote, "He loves the fruit while actively cutting down the tree." Yeah. Yeah, he does. Okay. Now, let's get back to the previous question here, which is, what are your thoughts on the conflict thesis concerning Christianity and science? I don't think there's a conflict. I think this is a confusion of categories. I think this is a category error. Okay? Now, what do we mean by that? It means that we're talking about different things when we talk about what Christianity purports versus what science purports. Let me give you an example. Let's say I want to make a pot of coffee. All right? I got my coffee mug here. I want to fill it with coffee. So what do? I go and I start, I put on a pot of coffee. I put the water in the coffee maker, grounds and all that. Now that's the question. Okay? What causes the water to boil in my coffee maker? Now, there's two ways to look at this. There's more than that, but what caused the coffee to be made? Well, you can take the scientific approach, which is that, you plug the coffee maker into the wall, the electron movements cause an element to heat, which adds kinetic energy to the molecules of H2O. That adds entropy to the system, which then starts converting the liquid water into a gaseous form, which causes the water to boil and percolate. That's one explanation for the coffee being made. The other explanation is, I wanted a cup of coffee. That's how it got made. I wanted it. I made it happen. Both are correct. Both the scientific explanation of the water being heated by kinetic energy is correct. Also correct is, I wanted a cup of coffee. That's how the water got boiled to make my coffee. So, the fact is, when you look at, say, Christianity versus science, they're adding different components to the same thing. The science is telling you the how things came to being. Christianity is telling you the who and maybe the why. Science can't tell you the why. It can tell you the how. It can tell you the ontology maybe, but not the teleology, not the purpose of things. Mama, I want coffee now too. That's the danger of this channel, Mama. We're into food on this channel. This is half theology, half foodie. Bit of Egypt, ancient Near East, spam jerky, pineapple pizza, and I still fight you guys on that one. Pineapple pizza's awesome. Oh, I couldn't do these live streams without coffee. Okay? So here's my thoughts on this, is that Christianity and science are telling you two different things about the same thing. And both are equally true. God wanted the world to come into existence, and it was. Doesn't tell you how, That's up for science. But it does tell you the reason why he wanted it, how he basically that he wanted it, and who was responsible. Two different things, basically equally true. Well, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, the next one here is from Alexis for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is Solomon the man represented in the Song of Psalms, or is it a regular man that figuratively takes up the role as king shepherd with his wife? Okay. Solomon is being represented in the Song of Songs. Okay? He's being idealized. He is... We don't know which of his 1,000-person... his 1,000 marriages it was. Okay, so we have no idea which marriage it was. He had so many wives, it wasn't even funny. But it is supposed to be Solomon. Okay. And his holdings and his role as basically a shepherd king. So it is supposed to be Solomon. In fact, I think we're even told in one place that it is. So at least it makes many allusions to the Solomonic kingdom in the text. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. The Vermin Trash Rat for $5. What is the weirdest fact for some reason you just know about in general? Also provide a backstory, if any, on why you know about it. Oh, wow. There's so many weird facts that sort of cross my desk every day. I don't even know how to answer this one, really. I remember some live stream ago where somebody asked me about ostriches. You know, there's in Ecclesiastes it talks about, you know, the behavior of ostriches, and just, you know, that day I had read a book on ostriches and their whole behavior cycle. Not a Christian book, it was a completely secular book on the behavior and life patterns of ostriches. Oh yeah, there's sometimes divine providence in the question, definitely. Recently, I've taken up a fascination with cobras. I've been reading all sorts of crazy stuff about cobras because it's been interesting. I don't want to own a cobra, not by any stretch of the imagination, but there was one time I was in a new religious movements class, and we had a druid who had come in to give a presentation on druidry, modern druidry. The head druid of the UK Coven. I think that's what it was, right? Yeah, something like that. No, he was in England. He was in the UK. Okay. So, you know, he tells spins this yarn about, you know, he's nipping, what was it called? Holly with golden shears and all this, and, you know, spinning it well. And someone in the class asks the guy, do druids have a creation myth? And he goes, no. Druidry doesn't have any creation myths. And I raised my hand and I said, isn't there a creation myth in the Book of Four Ways? And he goes, yeah, I guess there is a creation myth in Druidry. And the guy sitting beside me turns to me and goes, what? He goes, how did you know that? Well, 20 years prior, I read the Book of Four Ways. I ran across, it was one of the early archives on the internet. Back before, say, there was even a web. This is back before there was a web browsers. Back when internet was FTP only and email, and that's it. I remember that there was this archive on ancient texts. Well, one of those archives had a bunch of early Irish documents. And one of those documents was the Book of Four Ways. Jack Ray, 2800 baud modems. Well, in my particular case, it was 9600 because I was using the colleges. Colleges had better Ethernet modems than your home ones, okay? So I had downloaded this and I started reading it as a college student. So, when this druid says, is saying that there's no creation myth for druidry, it's like, wait a minute, hold it, fact check. It's just one of those random things I had read, when I was an undergrad. Yeah, I am dating myself. Dr. Fox probably dating himself big time now. Well, yeah, I am, but you know what? If you've lived this long and you don't know something, don't know, have a wealth of knowledge to fall back on, what have you been doing with your time? At least as a scholar, I should have read a lot by this point. Mark Scarborough goes, so how does the creation myth in the Book of Four Ways goes? I don't remember the specifics. It's been so long since I've read it. But you have, if I remember right, you have the Tuatha De Danann, which are kind of these giants. Similar to Nephilim, you could say. That, yes, a lot of people thought they were Nephilim. That basically came in and had to be destroyed by Irish people. Okay? So yeah, that's what I kind of remember, is that there was a creation and that Ireland had to be brought up out of the waters and it was occupied by monsters. And those monsters had to be defeated and destroyed by the second wave of Irish. So that's sort of that's the best I remember it. Again, it's been a long time since I looked at this, but I do remember that I do remember the Tuatha De Danann. Okay. Oh, let's get back to the super chats here. But yeah, it caught that druid off guard. He didn't think anyone would know about their creation myth. Oops. But yeah, you come across all these little tidbits, all these little things here and there that you sort of pick up along the way, and you just kind of add them to your toolkit, and you find them they're very interesting. And sometimes people will ask you questions that you wouldn't think are very relevant to what you're reading, and then you discover, hey, as I said, this is why I read widely. I read on everything. I read about science. I read about engineering. I'm still, doing stuff with amateur radio because it's interesting. Okay. So that answers that question. Mobius asks a non-super chat here. He asks, what's with the red heifer? Okay, thank you for that non-super chat. We'll take that one because it caught my producer's attention. The red heifer is needed for the temple. Purification of the holy water in the temple. The Jewish temple, that is. So, it's a cow, a young cow, less than a year, that is totally red, with no white furs or no white hairs at all. Not a single white hair. If it has a single white hair, it is disqualified from being a red heifer. Now, what's the significance of the red heifer? The red heifer is basically one of the first sacrifices that a temple inauguration has to do. It has to basically sacrifice the red heifer and burn it to ash. Then the ashes are collected and kept. And then a pinch of ash is put into some holy water to make it holy, and is used to sprinkle for purification purposes. Okay? And when you inaugurate a temple, you have to sprinkle this everywhere to make everything holy. So all the tools have to be sprinkled with this. Okay? So the red heifer is really, really important for the Jewish temple. You can't do a Jewish temple without a red heifer. But the qualifications to be a proper red heifer sacrifice are, the standards are very high. It can't have any blemish, has to be under a year old, and it can't have a single white hair on it. Now, there are people in Israel that are trying to maintain a line of red heifers, a line of this red cattle, in anticipation of the third temple. Okay? Yeah, they're trying to do it with genetic engineering too, but they don't have to really do that because they've already got a line of them. But that said, however, that's the significance. All right, next one here. From the Vermin Trash Rat for $2. What does it mean to be human in Christianity? This is one of those meaning of life questions. Oh, in 2 minutes, answer the meaning of life in the Christian context.
42.
42, there's your answer. Okay. What does it mean to be human in Christianity? Now, there's a whole field of this, dedicated to just this question, called Christian anthropology. It's a massive field. There's no way I can do this justice in 3 minutes. Okay? I'll just make a couple of observations, though. Okay? The observations I will make is that humanity is more than basically our flesh and blood existence here on planet Earth. To be human in Christianity is to be in two different worlds. We are both spiritual and physical. And we have access to both worlds. Not always directly, but we have access. We are embodied spirits. So then, what it means to be human in Christianity is to know God, that's the spiritual aspect, and to serve Him, to bring glory to Him. We are His image bearers, and as image bearers of God, we are the representatives of God wherever we go. Now, you can deny that identity, you can take on a different identity, but that's what it means to be human within the framework of Christian identity, is to be both physical and spiritual. have a foot in both worlds, to be that embodiment of the Imago Dei, the image of God. So, that's the 3-minute answer. Hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. The Vermin Trash Rat for $2. Thank you again for the super chat. What are the problems with skepticism overall? I would say the biggest problem is a logical positivist problem. Now, for those of you who are not familiar with the philosophy of logical positivism, it is the idea that anything that has meaning has to follow its own rules. Okay? Which was ultimately the downfall of logical positivism, but we won't go there. The problem with skepticism is that it's not skeptical about its own skepticism. That's the biggest problem. Now, a little skepticism is okay. We should be skeptical about things. But it's when it runs amok and it ceases being skeptical about its own skepticism. That's the problem. That's the major problem. If you diminish your, say, horizon for evidence to such an extent where you're skeptical of everything and nothing can convince, then what you've done is you have limited your frame of reference to a solipsism, where what you feel is the only truth. And that is the quintessential problem of skepticism. Is it, when it runs amok, it doesn't take normal evidence to convince anymore. It takes extraordinary evidence to convince. So that your historical horizon and your evidential horizon just diminishes to nothing. So that's the problem. It's not skeptical of its own skepticism. Anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Addison Weir for $1.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Favorite argument for the existence of God? I don't really have one. Okay? I'm not a philosopher. Yes, I've got a bachelor's degree in philosophy. That means I know enough about philosophy to use it competently in some of my work. Okay? But I understand that the philosophy of religion is a big field. It's a big field. And I don't find arguments for the existence of God to be all that helpful. The fact is, in my personal life, I'm an evidentialist. I am big on evidence. So for me, I believe in the existence of God because the preponderance of evidence points to that conclusion. That's not an argument for the existence of God. I mean, it is an inductive argument, I suppose. But it's not, say, an argument in one of the classic philosophical senses of the word. So I tend to stick to the evidence here, and I just go with that. Now, with that said, some of those arguments are pretty interesting. Like the ontological argument, especially Alvin Plantinga's one, is very interesting. A very interesting argument. I don't know how persuasive it is. But at the same time, too, I found it's very useful for other things besides the existence of God. So, I tend to stay out of the philosophical arguments for the existence of God, and I prefer, say, evidential arguments that are personally convincing. Okay? So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and good to see you here tonight. Okay. Asking Weird for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Question for the bunny. Oh. The bunny. Let's bring up a picture of the bunny. There's the bunny. Okay. How often do you use your cuteness to get what you want? All the time. When does she not use her cuteness to get what she wants? Oh, and rabbits know how to play this. They so know how to play it. Rabbits know how to play the cuteness game. They know they're cute. They know how to beg. Darkblade, how often is it successful? Most of the time. We had a rabbit once, a little mini Rex. And we had just fed her dinner. She just got her dinner. And this is when I still lived in Toronto and I was still in grad school. And I was doing my homework for the next day. And my desk was separated from the couch with a cage, so she couldn't get at it. And I was eating potato chips. I was eating potato chips at my desk. And she ran up on the desk. She heard me eating the potato chips. She just had dinner. Okay? She ran up, put her hands on, paws on the cage, going, "Oh, I'm starving. Feed me. Feed me. I haven't had anything to eat all day." It's like, yeah, you're stuffed. I can tell your tummy's bulging, okay? You've had a full meal. But they do know how to play it. They are... One of the things about the rabbit brain is that it is very much wired for social interactions. They're not... How do I say this? They're not intellectually smart. They're not good problem solvers. But they are incredible at social interactions. They have a language, and you can learn it. They have a language, and you can communicate with a rabbit using their language. They can express anger. They can express that they like you. They can express a lot of anger at times. They got various levels of anger. Yeah. They can know how to trick food out of you. You know, using sympathy. Oh yeah, if she doesn't get it from mom, she'll go to dad. You know, it's just... They know how to play it. Alexis asks, like, vocally or body language? Body language. Oh, it's all body language. Oh, yeah, we definitely speak fluent rabbit. Let me give you the weirdest thing. Like, one of the things, and rabbit owners will say this. Like, for example, I used one of my rabbits. He used to get a treat on the couch at night. Okay, and he only gets a limited number. He only got a limited number. So after 3, that was it. That's all the treats he gets. Okay, because we didn't want him gaining weight. So, you know, fit him his last treat, and he'd run to the end of the couch, and then he'd turn his back. Okay? But that's not all. They would look over their shoulder to make sure you're looking at them, and then whip their head forward. It's the weirdest thing you ever encounter. It's not enough that you have been snubbed. You have to know that you've been snubbed. By making eye contact with you, they know that you know that they're snubbing you. Yeah, it's really, really... Mechanic says theory of mind. Oh yeah, I mean, they're like, we'll catch her sometimes coming up on the couch when she's not allowed to. And you can look at her and she'll stop. She won't go down off the couch into the well where she isn't allowed. After that, once she sees she's been spotted, she goes back. Yeah. She's been caught at that point. Yeah. So they definitely know when they're doing something naughty. They know when they're not supposed to. And they know that when they've been seen in that way, that yeah, I've been caught. I know I've been naughty. They've been exposed. Give it up until another better time. Francis Dodds asked, how do you tell Bunny in her language that you love her? You run a circle around her. Essentially. That's the bunny symbol for love. Is essentially you run a circle or walk a circle around the bunny. And the bunny will do the same for you. If she really likes you, she will run a circle around your feet. So it's one of those very, very interesting things to learn about their language and be able to communicate to them in that level. Okay, let's get back to the super chats here because we still got some to go here. Way up. Again, I should remind everyone that we won't be taking any more super chats or answering the questions if they are posted after 11. We didn't go over the rules today, but those rules are the same. So, again, if you post your question after your super chat after 11, it will not be answered. So, we're just going to give you a thank you. Okay. Where are we now? Okay. Okay, next one here is from Johnny Mo for $5. Thank you for the super chat. What do you think of Genesis chapter 2 being a more detailed account of Genesis 6? I don't care for that reading anymore. I'll tell you why in a moment. Got some pushback on Genesis 4 to 5 Toledot consecutive verb formula. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, people will give you a lot of pushback on stuff they've never heard about before. So this is nothing that's unsurprising as such. There is, like, for example, you start talking about clan identity in, say, the Old Testament, and people will go, what are you talking about clans? The word clan doesn't ever appear in, say, the Old Testament. And you go, well, it's all over the place in the Old Testament. It's just translated as family instead of clan. Well, I've never seen it before. Yeah. So, you're going to get pushback whenever you introduce something, a new concept to people. And, the whole idea of Toledotes and consecutive verb formulations is just one of those things. And yet, every Old Testament translator has to use it. That consecutive verb thing is everywhere in Old Testament passages. You can't translate the Bible properly without it. So, yeah, you're going to get pushback on this. Your typical English speaker has never heard of this. They have never heard of a Toledot. And I've certainly never heard of a consecutive VOV formula. I got pushback when I reminded people, hey, there's a consecutive VOV formula right after, say, the Genesis 11 leading into Genesis 12. That whole toledote of the generations after Noah leading into, and then Abraham. I got an incredible amount of pushback on that because people had never heard of this. It's not until I actually showed them in the New Testament that Stephen was reading those texts according to that consecutive VOV formulation that, the guy had to finally admit, yeah, okay, yeah, the New Testament says it. So I reluctantly have to agree to it, even though I still think Dr. Falk is a old Earth creationist who I should just ignore. So, yeah, I'm not surprised at all you got pushback. So anytime you introduce a new concept to people, like toledotes, like consecutive VOVs, like clans, like clan identity, people are going to push back on that because they've never heard it. They've never heard it before. Their pastor's probably not aware of it. So, I don't think their pastors are intentionally hiding it on them. I think it's just that they've got so much on their plates that they just don't know. It's just one of those things that if you don't dedicate yourself to the constant learning of Scripture, you're going to have problems. You're just not going to have all the information you need to assess these things properly. But this is why we have this channel. This is why this channel is here, is to provide people with, the evidence that they need, the tools that they need so that they can read the Bible better. Yeah, my producer says, big kudos to the pastors that follow this channel. Okay. We know you guys are on the front line. We sympathize with you. You guys are where the rubber meets the road. So if we can keep equipping you to teach this better, this stuff will become more familiar to people. And if it becomes more familiar with people, you're going to get less resistance. So I think that's very important. Okay, so getting back to your first question. Do I think that chapter 2 is a more detailed account of day 6? No, I don't. That toledote formula is very clear. To the point where, even I've had to sort of change my views on this. When I saw that consecutive VOV and toledote formula, it's just like, okay, this can't be a continuation of day 6. It could be a continuation of day 7. That's possible. That's totally possible that this is a continuation of day 7. Because you have the 7th day where God rested, and then after this, you have chapter 2. That after this consecutive VOV formula. So, yeah, it's completely conceivable that it's a continuation of day 7, but not a day 6. So you could do that, but I don't think the continuation of day 6 is feasible here. The problem here is if you have a continuation of day 6, you start getting into what's sometimes called a 2 accounts view. And I think that's problematic. And this is I've heard even say skeptics use this. Basically that, well, chapter 2 is just a different creation account from chapter 1. Because they're 2 different accounts of the same thing, they're not the same, you've got contradictions, therefore it's not divinely inspired text. Okay? But if you've got a consecutive vav there, you've got a continuity. You've got a day 6, a day 7, and then after that, Eden. After that, chapter 2. Now you've got a continuity. You then don't have 2 accounts, you've got 1. And that makes a huge difference in how you interpret the text. So, just because people don't understand these tools and push back against them doesn't mean they aren't important. They really make the difference when it comes to exegetically understanding these passages. So, anyway, I want to thank you very much for that super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Okay, I want to thank Jack Ray here for 10 Ancient Egypt in the Bible memberships. We really appreciate that. Your support of our channel really helps. All right. Let me explain. Followers of the Shepherd asks, please answer one of Darkblade's questions. If he doesn't have one, just any random one in the chat. Thanks for all you do. Do we have anyone in the chat? Yeah. Not yet. Nothing from Darkblade. Yeah, Darkblade, post a question if you want one answered. All right. What we'll do here is instead we'll take the Wormius's question. I think we'll do that instead. So he did open up just answer one in the question. We'll just take the next one here from Wormius. So Darkblade misses out, but Wormius wins. All right. He asks, how should we read the Church Fathers? How do we navigate hundreds of Church Fathers volumes? Great question. Okay, that's a great question. And you are talking hundreds of volumes here. Probably close to 500 volumes. There's probably close to 500 volumes of writings from the Church Fathers. It's a massive amount of writing. Massive amount of writing. And here's how I would say it. The challenge for reading the Church Fathers is being a modern reader. Okay, that's the problem. The way people wrote and read in the past is different than they wrote and read today. Now, what do I mean by that? I mean, if you start reading the Church Fathers, one of the things you are going to notice is these men had a tremendous capacity to retain detail. We don't have that today. Okay, we live in a 200 character culture. You know, if it's more than 200 characters, I can't handle it. These guys would write 100 pages, expect you to retain it all, and then make their argument for the next 30. Okay? It's a different way of writing. It's a very, it relies on a lot of, say, focused attention to reading the text. This is one of the reasons why sometimes people, when they get introduced to the Church Fathers, they get confused. They'll jump basically to a center of what a church writer is talking about, church father is talking about, and confuse what they're reading with the view of the writer. They will give you every context in huge detail. Like, this is a big problem when people talk about Tertullian. Okay? Tertullian, for example, when he does his stuff against Noetus, who's a modalist, he will quote 80 pages from Noetus just to prove to you he's a modalist. Then he'll spend the next set of arguments talking about the Trinity. And again, it's a problem. And it's a problem not just for average readers, but even for scholars. Even scholars make this mistake. They'll just jump in the middle of Tertullian and go, oh, Tertullian was really a modalist. You can see it right here. And then you read the whole context, the whole thing in context, and you find out he's still quoting Noetus. This is not Tertullian's view, it's Noetus' view. So if you want to read the Church Fathers, you have to sort of start at the beginning and keep reading all the way through. It's really arduous. Now, how should we start reading it is basically one of the things is you're going to have to learn the skills of being able to read that kind of literature. My best recommendation for this is get the copies, the PDFs of Philip Schaff's Ante-Nicene Church Fathers. Okay? I think it's a 10-volume set. You can get it on ccel.org for free. Start with volume 1, where the writings of the Church Fathers are relatively short. And then progress. Read it sequentially. Read volume 1, volume 2, volume 3. So you're working progressively towards more complex writers. The ones at the beginning, volume 1, they're like, some of them are only a page. Anyone can handle that. Anyone can handle that. But by the time you start getting into, say, the 5 books of Irenaeus against heresies, you're then in some deep writing. But doing that sort of exercise of starting at the earliest Church Fathers and then progressing to more and more complex will give you those reading skills to navigate those volumes deftly. Okay? That's what you want to do. You don't want to make the same mistakes as, say, casual readers do. Because you can make some fabulously bad mistakes reading the Church Fathers. Especially if you're not paying attention. Oh yeah, they do quote heretics all the time. Yeah. You have to be able to track this stuff. You're going to read them. I think it's worth reading. I think they're very good. I think some translations are better than others. Okay. I still, even though it's now like 150 years old, I still think Schaff's translations are very good. I think some of the ones that there's a Catholic edition that I'm not so hot on, but the Catholic edition does publish and have translated many of the texts that are not available in other series. So, kind of have to take the good with the bad here as well. The other alternative is to actually learn Hebrew and Latin and read them in the original languages. But there are excellent translations too. There are excellent translations. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Oh, did we answer the question? Darkblade asks, did the ancient Egyptian language have regional variation? Most likely, yes. We don't know, however, what that is. The problem is we don't have the vowels. So without the vowels, we can't be sure about the regional variation. But there does seem to be some regional variation. There are some, say, the other thing, too, is we have to keep in mind is that we don't have a lot of texts from Lower Egypt. And that's where you would get a fair bit of regional variation. Like, for example, Lower Egypt would have had more Semiticisms. It would have had more a difference in vocabulary, lexemes. But the problem with Lower Egypt is we only have about 24 texts from Lower Egypt. So we don't have enough information to be sure of what that regional variation would have been. But we are fairly confident that there was a regional variation because it's such a big country. There, in all likelihood, would have been regional variation of some kind. And again, because you got different people groups passing through different regions of Egypt as well. Again, more Semitic people, more Libyans are going to be passing through the Delta as opposed to, say, in Upper Egypt. So yeah, there's going to be variants and there's going to be differences, but we don't know exactly what those are. All right, let's get back to the super chats now. I think. Yeah, we're finally at the beginning of this live stream for super chats. Oh boy. Yeah, we got a ways to go yet. We might have to pick up the pace a little here too. Okay. All right. Let's see. We're off here. Left off with the Dark Blade question. So now we're at Kwame Adu 007. Thank you for the super chat. Hi, Dr. Fulk. In the ancient world, what was the point of castrating eunuchs who were not custodians of harem but had some other administrative duties? Okay. Well, first of all, they weren't castrated. We've already been through this. They were not castrated, they were crushed. Hey. So we got to keep that in mind. Eunuchs were not created by castration. They were created by crushing. Okay? We will not go into that process again. Now, why was this done? It wasn't so much done in Egypt. Only a very few individuals were turned into eunuchs in Egypt. And that was only for the purposes of guarding harems. Okay? In the case of Mesopotamia, it was done for a different reason. It was done for the reason that it prevented uprisings. Okay? One of the things is it was felt in, say, like in Mesopotamia, you had your administrators undergo this process so that it wouldn't be worth their while to overthrow the government. Now, here's the thinking. If you could produce children, you would have something to leave your posterity. Okay? Otherwise, but if you're just a eunuch, you have no children, you have nothing to leave behind to your heirs. Therefore, you're not going to be a threat to the king. So, in a royal accommodation, you had the women, you had the king, you had the princes, and you had the eunuchs. That's who was in the royal court. Okay? And basically what happened was, once the king came to power, he killed off all his brothers. Yeah, it was good to be king, but not so good to be a sibling. Okay? So, and prince and your fellow princes did not get the option of becoming eunuchs. to save their lives, by the way. They were just killed. There was this happened all the way through the period of the Janissaries. So this was not something that just happened in Mesopotamia. It also happened in, say, the Ottoman Empire too. This was a practice ubiquitous back then. Again, not in Egypt, but in Mesopotamia and in Turkey it was. So yeah. So as soon as the king came to the throne, he'd kill off all his brothers. They're all dead. Yeah. Yeah. They were all kept alive as long as the old king still reigned. Because the crown prince could die of some other thing, such as being in battle or falling off his horse or something. But that was the reason why they made eunuchs. Is they were your administrators, and they were no threat to the throne, generally. In practice, it was different. In practice, there were eunuchs that were inspired by other things, like money, that would help sometimes certain princes overthrow the government. So, in practice, this didn't always work, but in theory, that's the reason. It's because eunuchs posed less of a threat. Again, in theory. Okay? So that's the reason. Thank you very much for the super chat. I hope that helped. Okay, TA for $5 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. What do you think of the Orthodox Jewish view that 2 Torahs were given at Sinai? The written Torah and the oral Torah explaining the written. I don't think much of this. Now, there were 2 sets of papers given at Sinai. One was put in the carried along with the Ark of the Covenant. There was another one that was given to Joshua to be copied. And those are physical written Torah. Those aren't oral Torah. So there were 2 copies. Okay? Oral Torah is something different. Oral Torah is basically an oral tradition of teachings that developed alongside Torah and wasn't given at Sinai. We know this. It stretches over, say, centuries. And there's a lot of evidence that most of oral Torah dates to the Hellenistic period or later. Okay? And unfortunately, and this is one of the reasons why it's not, say, a reliable as, say, the written Torah, is it changes all the way up to 500 AD. There's a lot of changes that go into oral Torah. So, I don't agree with the Orthodox view here. I agree that, say, the written Torah was given at Sinai. I think there were 2 Torahs given at Sinai, but they're both written copies. And the rest of it, the oral is really an affectation of a later period of time. And that ultimately, those oral teachings are then incorporated into what's called Talmud. All right? So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Okay, Mechanic for $10. Thank you for the super chat. What are some points of comparison between the ideas of fatherhood in 1 John 3:1 and brotherhood in Hebrews 2:11? What pitfalls to avoid and details might we miss here in reading how we can know God? Ooh, that's an interesting question. Not sure I could be able to answer that thoroughly here, though, but we'll give it a go. Okay. 1 John 3, verse 1. Okay. And the text says, "See how great a love the Father has bestowed upon us, that we should be called children of God, and such we are. For this reason, the world does not know us, because it did not know him. So it's here in 1 John 3, 1, is basically extolling the idea that we're adopted children of the Father. And that's totally true, that in Christ we have become not just, say, children of God, but co-heirs with Christ. So we got that. And it's the Father's love that has bestowed upon us this benefit, that we should not only be saved from our wretchedness, and we don't deserve it at all, but that we can be called children of God and co-heirs with Christ. So then we get to the brotherhood in Hebrews 2:11. Let's go to Hebrews 2:11. For both he who sanctifies and those who are sanctified are all from one Father, for which reason he is not ashamed to call them brothers or brethren. Okay. So this is coming in, the Hebrews 2 here is basically pointing out that Christ is like us in every way. Okay? So he's fully human, fully God, and fully human. As such, those that he sanctifies, is his brothers. Us. Muggles. Okay? Okay, the pitfall would be to say that we are exactly like Christ, when Christ is exactly like us. So it's not a two-way relationship. It's not a equality here exactly. It's a in his humanness, Christ is like us in every way. We're not like Christ in every way. We don't have the fullness of God within us. We're not God. We're not God made flesh, whereas Christ is. But in his humanity, Christ is like us. Okay? So that would be the pitfall to avoid, is to avoid that sort of we're God. Christ is God, we're God, everyone's God. Kind of nonsense you see in like the New Age movement. So you want to avoid that. Okay? But at the same time, too, you can there is a solidarity here in the brotherhood of man that includes Christ through the incarnation. And because the sanctifier and the sanctified all come from one source, which is the Father, we have that brotherhood in Christ. So that is that. Yeah, Christ consciousness. That's one of those things. And Creflo Dollar's another one of those loons. Yeah. So anyway, that's the pitfalls. Okay. But at the same time, too, there is a valid point of comparison. We are children through the sacrifice of Jesus Christ. Children of God through the sacrifice and co-heirs with Christ. At the same time, too, Christ is like us, not exactly like him. But that solidarity allows us to be brothers with Christ as well. Well, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Oh yeah, that Christ consciousness thing's totally bad. Ugh. So cringe. I want to thank Jack Ray here for another 5 Ancient Egypt in the Bible memberships. We really appreciate the support of the channel. Thank you so very much. Next here is from Mama for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Sponsoring Milo's question about ancient Egyptian animal depictions because I love her and watching your lives together is one of my week's highlights. Well, awesome. All right, do you know where that Milo Q question is? Oh. Okay, maybe I can find it here. Going up. Sponsoring Milo Q's question about animal depiction. Go up here slower. All right, I see it. Okay. At 828 here. And the question is, were the Egyptians better at portraying animals than medieval artists in Europe? Hello at Indie Gone Wild. Okay. It was different. The style is definitely different. Some medieval artists were very, very good at portraying animals. Some of them were portraying animals for a different reason. Like, for example, I love the instances of in illuminated manuscripts where they show rabbits with swords and pikes and axes robbing people and cutting them up.
Yes, bunny domination is world domination.
Bunny world domination through force was a real thing in ancient medieval manuscripts. Alexis says animal warriors, yep. You don't find that so much in Egyptian manuscripts, although you do find it. Like, for example, you do find the cat goddess Bastet as a cat holding a knife, chopping off the head of the snake Apophis. So you do find that also in Egyptian stuff. Okay. Okay. You do find animals in Egyptian reliefs carrying weapons. Also, that happens. Now, the question is, this seems to be more of an aesthetic question, honestly, of what did they achieve as far as their artistic portrayals. And it's going to depend, honestly, on the talent of the artist and the media they used. Okay. I would say before the Renaissance, when, say, tempera paints were more common, the depictions by medieval artists were on par with what you found in ancient Egypt. Okay. After the Renaissance, or during the Renaissance, when you start seeing that transition to oil paints, then the style of portraying animals improves dramatically. You can do a lot of things with oil paints that you can't do in tempera. Tempera is really hard to work with. It takes a certain skill and finesse to work with tempera paints. Even gouache, it takes a lot of practice and work to handle that medium well. So, a lot of the limitations that we find amongst, say, artists of the ancient world has to do with the materials they had. Without the limitations of those materials, things improve. So, anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question, and thank you, Mama, for sponsoring that question. We appreciate it. Okay, next one. Another 5 memberships from Jack Ray. Thank you for the donation. We really appreciate it. It does help to support our channel, and we are so thankful. The Vermin Trash Rat for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on idealism? Is God essentially a mind? Oh, that is a philosophical question that I have not read up on enough on to really answer. And there's more than one way to take idealism too. So I think you mean theological idealism here. Again, I have not really looked at this in any depth, so I can't really answer this question. It would take more reading than... God is mind, but he's more than that too. So there's an essence there as well. So it's hard to really answer that without doing the requisite read. Okay? And it's not a field I read up on a lot. So anyway, yeah, it's my producer says God is more than that, but we can't understand it either. So it's just a difficult question to ask without reading the philosophy behind it. So thank you anyway, but unfortunately I can't answer that. Harry Stark asks the member question: how would you respond to a modalist? Modalism is a heretical position. It is absolutely a heretical position. Okay, for those who don't know, modalism is the idea that the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, the three persons of the Trinity, are really just one person that's switching tasks. Okay? A famous example of this is T.D. Jakes. T.D. Jakes is a modalist. It's the idea that the Father becomes the Son, who then becomes the Holy Spirit. So they're basically switching roles. They're not three persons existing co-eternally. They're one person that's just changing hats. All right? Today I'm the Father. Today I'm the Son. Today I'm the Holy Spirit. Today I'm the Father. Today I'm the Son. Today I'm the Holy Spirit. So it's essentially a one person, one God, one person scenario. Oneness Pentecostals are modalists too. Okay? They have the idea that there's only one person in the Trinity. There's no Trinity. There's just one person, one God, one person, and he's just switching roles. Okay? Now, the problem with modalism, as far as the biblical text is concerned, is like when you have the Transfiguration. Okay? The baptism of Jesus, where you have Jesus in the water, you got the Father speaking from heaven, and the Holy Spirit as descending as a dove. All three persons showing up all at once. That's not a good look for modalism. Anytime you have more than one person of the Trinity, the triune God, show up to a party, that's sort of the end of modalism right there. Now, I've heard some modalists try to still justify that, even with that. I have heard this say, now, I kid you not, I've heard this. Well, they'll say, well, God is just task switching, just really fast. So fast you can't notice it. So Jesus is task switching to the Father, to the Holy Spirit, to the Son, so fast that you can't notice it happen. Alexis goes, I've heard of that one. LMAO. She says it sounds so goofy. Yeah, and it is goofy. It is goofy. Yeah, I mean, look, no one is denying that the Trinity is a difficult teaching. No one's denying that. But it's not it's not incoherent either. It's perfectly coherent. You know, we may not be able to comprehend it, but we can certainly apprehend it. We can understand it at a certain level. Addison, Speed Mirage Flash reference, yeah. That's pretty much what it is. Oh, I mean, I've even heard some of them say, well, it's like multitasking on your PC. Your PC doesn't multitask. Well, the modern ones did, but in the old days, when single-threaded processors existed, you know, they basically would say, well, it's like having a task switching on a single-threaded PC. Where a task is brought into memory and then taken out again, and it's basically cycling through the same processes over and over. And it looks like multitasking, but it's really not. Bon goes, dang, imagine being God and still having to work 3 jobs. Jack Ray, task switching. Yeah, that's what they're claiming. I've heard this. Yeah, pre-multi-core. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Task switching pre-multi-cores. But I've heard this. I have heard this, that this is what happened at, say, the baptism of Jesus, is that Christ, Holy Spirit, and the Father were task switching so fast you didn't notice. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. It's absolutely bizarre, and it contradicts the text, really. I mean, it really undermines the text here. So, I mean, anything that goofy should probably just be instantly dismissed. But that's what how they justify it, and it doesn't work ultimately. Especially when you start talking about, say, places where you have multiple instances of God showing up, like in Isaiah 44:6. So it's just, yeah, it doesn't work long term. All right, so let's get back here to the super chats. I think we've beaten that one to death. But yeah, modalism is just a failure. It's just a failed explanation of the Trinity. Back here. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we answered Harry Stark's question here on modalism. Jack Rage became a YouTube member. Giving him away, but didn't come on himself. Well, thank you, Jack, for being a member too. We appreciate it. Oh, did he up it? I don't know. Maybe he wants that sneak peek of the mug.
I think he said he did.
Oh. No. Well, I hope you weren't disappointed. Okay, I don't see his further at the moment, but we'll get to it. All right, next one is from TBD for 149. Sent a super sticker. Thank you very much for the support of the channel. We really appreciate it. And we hope it... He says, I wanted the sneak peek. It's nice. Well, thank you. We love the mug. I think the mug's going to be... we think that the mug is going to be one of our shining merch accomplishments. Mama says I wants it. Okay. TBD has a member chat here. Mama, I thought I'd make my first super in honor of my 5-year-old. Well, awesome. Glad to hear it. Thank you very much for supporting the channel. We appreciate it. And we're thrilled you have a 5-year-old. I mean, hopefully he'll be, or she, I don't know which one it is, that your 5-year-old will become a dedicated viewer of our channel. We do have some children who do watch us, which is why we try to keep this fairly PG-13. Okay. So anyway, thank you very much for becoming a member. Next one here is from John Bullerman for $40 Canadian. Thank you for that very generous super chat. We really appreciate it. Could you not? You're causing me to stumble. Thanks for your advice last weekend regarding falling behind in Bible reading. Got in 12 hours this week. Awesome. Glad to hear that. Glad to hear that. We're still thinking about doing those mugs, by the way. Could you not, have in parentheses, circle 1, doing, being, acting, blank. You're causing me to stumble. Maybe after we release the death threat one. Anyway, thank you very much for that very generous super chat. We really appreciate it, and I'm glad it helped. Glad it helped. Shirao 2.0, thank you very much for the super chat for $5. What do you think about universalism, annihilationism, and eternal conscious torment? Also, who are some apologists that you would recommend? Okay. Let me think about that. Well, talking about all of these, this is a lot of ground to cover here. So, I'm only going to give you a surface answer to all of this because this is just a lot to cover. Who would I recommend as apologists? I would recommend Inspiring Philosophy. I would recommend Sentinel Apologetics. I would recommend BK Apologist. Okay. And a lot of the Bodeo group that's associated with BK Apologist. Okay. That's where I would say those are the ones I would recommend off the top of my head. Now, what do I think about universalism, annihilationism, and eternal conscious torment? Now, I do hold to what's called passive eternal conscious torment. Okay, that's the view I hold to personally, and these three are views regarding, say, the eternal destiny of the reprobate. Okay, I do not see a good case for annihilationism. I've read the arguments. I've really gotten. I knew Edward Fudge personally, so I know these arguments inside out. I'm not convinced. Not convinced of annihilationism one bit. Universalism. It depends on which type. There's actually two kinds of universalism. There's a universalism of basically everyone gets in regardless, and there's no sort of waiting period. And then there's one called that's recidivism, where everyone who the reprobate all go to hell until they've had enough. And they repent in hell, and then they are accepted in. Okay. The problem is, I don't see good evidence for that. Okay. Hell does seem to be an eternal state, in the same way that a heaven is an eternal state. Okay. No, it's not. No, I'm not a sadist. Not about. You see, here's one of the things I think there's a difference too between, say, a passive eternal conscious torment and active eternal conscious torment. Okay. Eternal conscious torment doesn't necessarily mean you are being tortured forever. Doesn't necessarily mean that. It does mean, though, that you are separated from God. And that is in itself torment. Okay? The difference here between, say, passive and active is sort of the notion of is someone beating you up for everything you've ever done? Okay. In active eternal conscious torment, yes. You're getting the just desserts for everything you've done. Okay. Whereas in, say, passive, your sin is still with you and you are feeling it because the glory of God is surrounding you, and that is causing trauma and pain. Okay? We're given new bodies in the resurrection. One to eternal life, one to eternal torment. You have bodies, so you be having a embodied existence and can sense what's around you. And if the glory of God surrounds you, a body unto eternal life was going to feel that as pleasure. Whereas a body of, say, of the reprobate is going to be one that is going to feel negatively towards holiness. So, there's at some point, I feel like I'm not making any promises here, but I think there's recently I saw the animation, what's it called now? Can't remember the name. But there was an animation that did a caricature of hell. But it did raise some interesting questions about annihilationism, about eternal conscious torment, and it might be worth it for me to do a review of it at some point, just to engage some of those questions. Has-Been Hotel, that was what it was called, Has-Been Hotel. And it was caricature in many ways. But it did raise some questions, and I think some not so bad questions to be asked. So, I think that there is that idea in, say, for example, in eternal conscious torment, that you can live how you want, separate from God. Okay? But it's going to cost you. It's going to cost you relationship. You're living that eternal death. Eternal death, again, in the ancient Eastern context, is separation. Separation from God. Separation from your fellow man. Separation from your wife. Separation from nature. Separation from your own identity and self. Death is an explosion of separation, or a proliferation of a separation. So, there's a lot of that identity, that separation that goes into, say, eternal conscious torment, that you don't see in, say, universalism or annihilationism. Annihilationism is, you're separated because, you're burnt up. Yeah, you suffer a bit, and then you get burnt up. So, by the way, I would not recommend people watching Has-Been Hotel. All right, just want to make that clear. Even though it does raise some interesting questions, I would not recommend watching it. but it was good to know what the culture's viewing. Okay? I will do that sometimes. It's got a lot of filthy language in it. I would not recommend it. But it does, as I said, it does raise some interesting questions, and I think those philosophical questions, should be engaged. So, it's important to know what the culture is doing. If you're not aware of the culture and you're not aware of the memes that are going around, you're not in touch. You need, especially if you're doing a discernment ministry, and frankly, a lot of what we do here is a discernment ministry. You have to know what's happening. So, from in the trash rat ads. Yeah, bless your soul, Dr. Falk. You've gone through a torture that not even us common folk have managed to stand through. But we do it in service of the Lord. Everything we do in service of the Lord. Whether we eat, drink, discern, we do it to the service of the body of believers and to kingdom. Yeah. Alexa says, yeah, I didn't like it. Good cultural study for sure. Yeah. Yeah, it is. And it shows you a lot what a lot of people think about these subjects. So it was useful to watch it. Again, I don't recommend it. You can watch something, you can learn something, and still not recommend it. Okay, let's get back to the super chats here. Back to 9 o'clock-ish, I think. Yeah, I know. Yeah, we were only around 9 o'clock for the super chats. See here. Okay, let's see that one. All right, Sentinel Apologetics here for 5 Australian. Thank you for my super chat. Here's a true story. Quote, Allah commanded Moses to strike the ocean with his staff. Oh, really? The sea was split into 12 paths, each route for each Israelite tribe, end quote. Well, hard to know what to say about that one. I don't think that's how it happened. Just saying. First of all, Moses didn't strike the ocean. Okay. And there certainly wasn't 12 paths. It was just one. One that Pharaoh's chariots happened to drive in. Okay.
You could just doing this rabbit trip. All 12 of them reaching the other side.
Yeah, which one did they take? Which path did the chariots take? Oh boy. Now, some of the stuff that comes out of Islam can be kind of goofy at times, so it's just like, I'm not surprised. Okay? Not surprised. Yeah, Alexa says Islam has some wild takes. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say so. Okay. Well, that was interesting. I learned something there. That's not a compliment. Okay, not a compliment. Okay, TBD for $5. Thank you for the super chat. How do I avoid instilling the Sunday school views in my 5-year-old while still teaching her at age appropriate level? Any good kids' Bible books? Okay. Yeah, I will say this. There are some illustrated Bibles that are actually quite good. Here's the type of illustrated Bibles though you want. And illustrated children's Bibles tend to use a simplified text with big, lavish illustrations. Okay? Now, here's what you want in a children's Bible. Okay? Ones that don't sugarcoat or varnish any of the stories. Okay? If you see Jonah sitting on a table with an oil lamp inside a whale, leave that one behind. If you see the 100-pound hailstones coming down and people aren't getting hurt, leave it behind. If you don't see, say, Lot and his wife fleeing Sodom and Gomorrah and fire brimstone coming down from heaven and blotting it out, leave it behind. Okay? What? My producer said, your kid is a gory little monster. He'll be fine. Yeah, I mean, one of the things a children's Bible should have is a certain amount of violence in it. We're teaching real things, and real things aren't pretty. He'll be fine. It won't damage him. Trust me. I mean, we all started off in life as little monsters, okay? You know, we don't. This myth of all children are innocent is complete hogwash. I mean, we're worse. We're horrible little monsters as children, and if you grow up on a children's Bible that shows this, you know, you've now taught your kid that the world's not necessarily a nice place. If nothing else, now you've taught him at least a life lesson in addition to what the Bible actually teaches, which is also telling you that the world's not a nice place. Okay? Alexis, let us keep the Pinocchio whale illustrations. No! No! Yeah. So, yeah, that's what I would do is I would get a children's Bible. The texts don't have to be calibrated for necessarily a 5-year-old. They can be a little higher than that. That's okay. You really want to focus on the illustrations. See what the illustrations are teaching. So review it before you buy it. Make sure the illustrations are giving your kids the unvarnished truth, or at least a pretty unvarnished view of this. Okay? Yeah. Your kids will survive that. They'll thrive under it. So, we don't need to hide the I mean, look, pastors are protecting congregations, adults, from the Bible. And we shouldn't protect people from the Bible. And we shouldn't protect our kids from the Bible. These are the words of life. These are the words that set us free. You need the bad news as well as the good news. Yeah. The Bible has bad news. You know, it has good news, but it says bad news too. Here's one of the things I think just drives me nuts. When I talk to, say, fellow Christians about this, it's one of the things I point out is say, okay, we know the good news. Christ came, died for our sins, and saved us. Okay, fabulous. But what's the bad news? What's the flip side of that? Almost no one can tell me when I talk to them, in person. The bad news is if Christ doesn't pay for your sins, you do. You pay for your own sins. That's the bad news of the gospel. To do a gospel presentation, you need both. You need to know the bad news, and you need to know the good news. And the good news is very good. It much outweighs the bad news. But it's a choice. It's a choice. So we shouldn't protect people. We shouldn't protect our kids from it. And this is how we avoid instilling the, quote, Sunday school views in our children, is we don't varnish it. It becomes a caricature when we varnish it, when we try to protect kids from the content of it. This is why, okay, if you want to do a arc, picture, that's fine. Draw to scale. Draw to scale. I've seen this so many times, when I go into like a nursery and see a picture of Noah's Ark. And it's this tiny boat with the heads of giraffe and elephants and whatever sticking out of it. I mean, it doesn't look like one animal could fit in this thing, let alone, two of every kind. This, I think, is a really serious matter. Because these images of our childhood, they resonate with us. They stay with us. I used to do this too, I used to put, picture of a scale arc versus one you find in a Sunday school drawing. I even drew Barney the dinosaur in it. Nobody knows Barney. Okay? But every person to a T identified the caricature as Noah's Ark, but not the scale. That's scary. That's really scary. TBT, yeah. I think she'll more than survive. When she first heard about Cain and Abel, she told everyone how she met how he killed his brother and theorized about how he did it. Club, rock, knife, etc. Oh yeah, she'll be fine. She'll be totally fine. Yeah, completely. She'll be okay. Don't worry about it. Yeah, but basically, this is how we do it. We teach these things as, yeah, it's still okay to teach them as, say, stories, but true stories. Stories that have elements of truth in them, and various levels of truth. This is how we sort of build upon these things. At first, when we start talking to like children, we'll go surface level. Okay, we start with surface level. No less true, and definitely not varnished, but you can then build upon that. And that's what I think this is how we sort of escape, say, Sunday school mentalities. Is we don't just end with that story. We build upon it. And I think this is one of the great failures of Sunday school, is we give them, say, the basic stories of the Old Testament in a very sort of surface level when they're very young. But then what we fail to do is then build upon that. Like, I've seen it with Samson. so many times. Samson's a horrible judge. He's a horrible human being. Now, he's a lesson to be, a negative life lesson is what he is. But I've seen so many Sunday school just say, oh, Samson's a big, strong guy, hero, he's a hero, he's so strong. No. No. But that's the level of teaching and Sunday school for Samson. He's a big, strong hero, like a WWE wrestler. And that's the limit to what we get into. We don't ever get into the fact that, he was a Nazarite. He broke his vows. He ritually defiled his parents. He was cruel to animals. There's so many levels to Samson. And then, his selfishness, ended up leading to other narratives. So we never get beyond that Sunday school teaching. So this is what I think is important to avoid. You start off with unvarnished, say, teaching of your child at a young age, and then you build upon that with new layers. New layers. It's like building a road. You don't just slap tarmac on a road and call that done. It won't last. What you start with is grading. You put gravel down. And then you put sand down. And then you put the asphalt over top. That's how you build a road to last, is with layers. We have to do the same thing with Sunday school teaching. We build it layer by layer. This is how we enculturate people into the Bible. Layer by layer. Yes, there is basically a surface account, but then you add on to that with a new layer of meaning. Deeper, progressive, more into the text. So, anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. The whole matter of teaching children is very complicated anyway, but I think it's an enterprise we have to get right. We have to get it right just so that we equip our children for, lifetime Bible study, essentially. And that's the goal, is that they love the Bible for a lifetime and they get into it really deep for the purposes of building their faith. Okay? So, thank you very much, Super Chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. We are now at 11:30 here-ish, so we're going to just buzz through this now. Hey, Courtney Thompson for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is there a majestic plural case ending in Egyptian grammar? Are majestic or intensive plurals in Egyptian apply to a singular being? Not so much in Egyptian, no. You don't see much of the majestic plural in Egyptian. It's something you find in Semitic languages, but Egyptian is not a purely Semitic language. It's what's called a Afro-Semitic language. So it has some relation to the Semitics. You see this particularly on case endings, but you don't see this so much in, say, majestic plurals. So it's not something you find often in Egyptian grammar. I'd have to probably look up this a bit more to see if there's any instances of it occurring, but I have not encountered any off the top of my head, per se. Okay? It does seem to be something that's as I said, restricted to Semitic languages. So, anyway, grammar nerd question, Patui says, yay! Yeah, it is. I love grammar questions. Absolutely love grammar questions. Not gonna lie about that. I think grammar's fantastic. But as far as I know, there's no instances of the majestic plural in, say, Egyptian. As far as I know. But I could be wrong about that too. Okay. Because you don't know every text, and there might be one out there that has it. But as far as what I've encountered, I haven't encountered it in Egyptian. Okay, Courtney Thompson again for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Are there any possible Egyptian cognates that are plausible equivalents to the Hebrew Yahweh? Also, what did the minor moon god Iak name sound like? Okay. Nothing like Yahweh. Okay? One of the things we have to kind of understand with Egyptian transliteration is there are specific rules of transliteration. Hebrew and Egyptian do have well-defined transliteration rules. And you can find this in James Hawke's massive tome on Semitic words, Semitic loanwords. It's a big book. It's like 600 pages. But he goes into the rules in there. Now, the problem with this, and I've heard this used to be the idea that Iak means Yah, and Yah being an abbreviation for Yahweh. The problem is there is a transliteration rule for Y. Okay? The reed leaf vulture is not equivalent to a yod. Okay, it's not equivalent to a yod. A yod is a double reed leaf. So, and we see this, for example, in the transliteration of Yisrael, Israel. Israel in Hebrew actually starts with a Y. It's Yisrael. We see this in this rule implemented in the Merneptah Stela, where it's transliterated, Israel is transliterated with a yod, that double reed leaf. And that's what we've come to expect of yods in Hebrew, is they get transliterated into that double reed leaf, not into that yod vulture combination. And one of the reasons too why is because the voweling is not always an A. This is one of the things we have to keep in mind too, is that reed leaf aleph is not always a ya. It's sometimes another vowel combination entirely. While the reed leaf is normally an I sound, the aleph can change. That vulture aleph can change all over the place. You know, it can be an E, it can be an O. I mean, it can even sometimes be a U. So, the other thing too is that the H's are different. That final H on Iak is a dot H. Okay, it's a dot H. That's not the equivalent of the H that's used in Yahweh, which is a simple H. It's an unpointed, it's an undiacritical H, as it were. Okay? So, there's really no comparison here between the moon god Iak and Yahweh. It's just not the same. And I keep hearing these guys who come up and basically say, well, Yahweh is really the moon god Iak. No, not etymologically. It's not even close etymologically. So you really are going to, it's really going to, you would basically have to, if you were to transliterate Iak into Hebrew, it would end up being it would basically be probably an ion, because that's typically what that relief transliterates to, is an ion. An ion, and then followed by an aleph, and then a hate, not a hey. But that's, again, all following the standard rules of Egyptian to Hebrew, Hebrew to Egyptian, and vice versa transliterations. Okay? So we don't find this too often. The only place we find something close to this, to the Hebrew Yahweh, is in, say, the Soleb inscription. That's probably the closest thing we find. Although it's not, even in that particular case, it's not certain that that's Yahoo, and that's much closer than the Yawk, much closer, and that's in a reference to the Shasu of Yahoo. Although it's not an unproblematic transliteration by itself. Okay, it's got some problems too. Okay, but it's much closer than, say, the moon god. All right. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Next one here is from the Bible Exegete for 10 Romanian. Thank you for the super chat. Were the midwives in Exodus 1 Egyptian or Israelite? They were Israelite. Okay. Shifra and Pua are Hebrew names, and so we can expect them to be Israelites. So it's in all likelihood they were Israelites. So they were not Egyptians. Oh, is it a popular mythology? Yeah. Okay. So apparently, according to my producer, there is a myth goes around that they are Egyptians that saved Israelite women. Shifra and Pua are both Hebrew names. They are not Egyptian names. Okay. Couldn't the name just Bible Exegete adds to this? Couldn't the name just be Israelite transliteration from Egyptian? No, because we do find these names in other documents, like Shifra. Shifra is a name we find in, say, of Semitic slaves from the Middle Kingdom. Okay, so it's definitely a Semitic name. There's no question about that. And we just pretty much figure that Pua is also a Israelite name. It's not a name you find in Egyptian. So, and it's not even structured like an Egyptian name. So, yeah, they are. It's not an Israelite transliteration from Egyptian. These are Semitic names, no question about it. Especially Shifra. As I say, we find that we actually find it in a slave list, Semitic slave list from Lahun, and that's definitely Middle Kingdom. That's like 12th dynasty. Okay. Oh wait, he asks. I ask because how could Pharaoh ask Israelite women to kill the babies and expect them to do it? Because he's the king. And you obey the king. Wouldn't the women be killed by the Israelites if they lived among them? Well, not if they're not if they're Israelites. I mean, if they're Israelites, they're working on for the Israelites. But even back then, they were still quislings. There would have been women that would have been more than happy to sell out their own people for the favor of the king. I mean, totally. It's a real testament to these women that they didn't. Okay. So, but yeah, it would have been very, very normal for the Israelite women, Israelite midwives here, to do what they're told. Because, in Egyptian society, Egyptian culture, you did what you were told. It's a military dictatorship. And if you didn't do what you were told, you got a good beating. They probably did get a good beating. We don't ever talk about this, okay? But we should talk about this. Because we talked about beatings earlier on in the day. Before they were presented to Pharaoh, they probably got a good beating. Both those women did. It would not have surprised me one bit if they were both beaten on their hands and feet before being interrogated by or questioned by the king. So, yeah, they probably suffered. They probably suffered a fair bit before they were questioned, because that was standard operating procedure in Egypt. Is you got a beating before you were questioned. This is how Egyptians did, say, eliminated the possibility of lying. Was they beat you up to soften you up so that they would give us a truth guarantee. If they beat you, you'd be more likely to tell the truth because they're being serious about the questions. So that's Ryan Naylor. Those sadistic Egyptians. Oh yeah, that's totally in character. That's totally consistent with what they did. So Shifra and Puah probably got a good beating first time and the second time they appeared to the king. Yeah, Ryan Naylor goes, if she floats, she's a witch. If she sinks and dies, she's innocent. Yeah, it's that sort of mentality. Okay, so yeah, that's but yeah, Shifra and Puah probably got a couple really good beatings out of their interaction with the king, and the constables probably beat them up real black and blue and messed up. Yeah, they saved a lot of lives at considerable expense to themselves. Yeah. But from what we can tell, the names are Semitic. They are Israelites. And they probably suffered greatly for their courageous stance. And the Lord blessed them for it. They stood when few would. Okay, so the next question here is from... Oh, we got a 10, thank Jack Ray here for 10 Egypt in the Bible memberships. Thank you again. We really appreciate your support of the channel, and it helps us greatly, so we really appreciate that, your long-standing support. We so much appreciate it. Okay, Mama here for $10. Thank you for the super chat. No question, just grateful for you, Kiara, and your ministry. Well, thank you so very much. Your discourse is informative and challenging. Sometimes extremely so for one such as I, raised a fundamentalist, young earth creationist, now in recovery, wink. Well, we really appreciate your support of the channel through your super chat. We're really thrilled that we could help. Okay, this is what we are. We're an educational ministry. That's our job, is to educate. We're not an apologetics ministry, really. I mean, people accuse us of being apologists, but we're really not. We will educate atheists, Jewish people, people of all different backgrounds. So we want people just to learn. So we're so happy that this channel has helped you. And we're glad we found the discourse informative and challenging, because it's through challenge that we grow. So thank you very much for the super chat. We really appreciate it, and we're glad you got something out of this. Round in the corner here. Jack Ray for $5. Thank you for the super chat. He goes, ex post facto sponsoring Darkblade question. Is this a different Darkblade question, or? Yeah, that's the one on Egyptian language having variation. Okay. So, yeah. I'll take the Bonbon question. How's that sound? Bonbon asks, did ancient Egyptians have anything equivalent to Zoomer slang? Yes, they did. It's called Late Egyptian. Okay. Now, you have in Egyptian language this high, formal, almost Shakespearean Middle Egyptian. But during the Second Intermediate Period, there developed a slang version of Middle Egyptian called Late Egyptian. And it's different. It's very different. The syntax is completely different. In fact, there's this interesting stela called the Akhmosa stela, where the king is speaking in this highfalutin Middle Egyptian, but all his courtiers are speaking in Late Egyptian, and he's bemoaning the fact that all his courtiers are talking in slang. So so it was really that Late Egyptian was a development from the Egyptian on the streets. And as I say, very different syntactically. It's the first version of Egyptian where the subject verb object is seen. You know, prior to that, in Egyptian, it's verb subject object. So it's a very different way of speaking. And as I said, it was identified by the Egyptians themselves as coming off the streets. So, yes, there was an equivalent of a Zoomer slang, and it was Late Egyptian. And that eventually became the standard language of the Egyptian culture, especially in the New Kingdom. So, anyway, there's a question we'll take as a substitute. Thank you very much for the question. Hope that helped. Okay, another 5 super chat memberships here from Jack Ray. Thank you for the support of the channel. We appreciate it. Looks like we're getting close to the end of super chats here, so good, because almost at midnight. All right, we got a question here, member question from the Vermin Trash Rat. He says, it's been an honor and a pleasure to be a member of this community and also a supporter of your ministry. Thank you, Dr. Folk. We Vermin are joyful. Well, we appreciate that. It's been great having you here. We're honored to serve you in this way, to answer your questions, and we wish you and Mrs. Trash Rat a lot of blessings. We are glad the Vermin are joyful. We couldn't expect more than that. So thank you so very much for your support of the channel. one here. Jack Ray, thank you again for another 10 memberships. Really appreciate the support of the channel. We are we've hit now the 11 o'clock epoch. So the witching hour has descended. Okay, we'll read out some of these follow-ups from Rob here, Sentinel Apologetics, for $5 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. It continues, baby. Oh, does it? Quote, the water between the paths appeared as windows, and every tribe saw each other so they would not think the others were destroyed. Really? That must have been a surprise to the crocodiles.
Swimming high, blocking themselves out of
The crocodiles would be so confused. Windows? Sentinel Apologetics again for another 5 Australian. Again, quote, Gabriel came on a war stallion. He passed by Pharaoh's horse. Gabriel's horse whinnied at Pharaoh's, and then Gabriel rushed into the sea, end quote. Well. It just gets better and better. There's more.
Yeah.
And then finally, quote, some of Israel doubted the death of Pharaoh, so Allah commanded the sea to throw his body whole without a soul with his known armor plate, end quote. Well, that's fascinating. I did not know that Pharaoh had plate armor. That's a new one. And the fact that his body drowned in the sea is also new. Another $5 a super chat from Sentinel Apologetics. Daddy Folk, the ultimate test to convert. Quote, the body was thrown to a high place on land so that Israel could confirm his death and destruction. Well, again, fascinating since we don't find the death of Pharaoh in the Bible. So, yeah, this is not gonna work. Not gonna work. I mean, not only is it terribly anachronistic, I mean, Egyptians didn't have plate armor. I mean, these aren't knights, okay? You know, these are Egyptians. The best they had is scale armor. Okay. No, I mean the best armor that like kings had was scale armor, which is nothing like plate. Nothing at all. In fact, it's not, you can't even see it on the outside. Scale armor is worn under fabric. For those who don't know how scale armor works, you know, it's like little tiny scales that overlap, and it's sewn inside a jacket. And you wear it over your body. No, just... and the king would have bronze scale armor, by the way. So... No, the Egyptians did not use plate armor. There is a suit of armor, a jacket of armor, that was found in the tomb of King Tut. So we know exactly how it's constructed. Terrible. The fact is, too, that we know that, say, after the Exodus, the king of Egypt lived another 40 years. Okay? That's a problem. Okay? That's a big problem. Yeah, I'm not buying Islam's narrative here. Just saying. Okay, so... that look. Okay, I got another. We got a Ryan Naylor here, gifted 5 Ancient Egypt and the Bible memberships. Thank you. We really appreciate your support of the channel, and we are really grateful that you support it through giving out some memberships. We really appreciate that. So, thank you so very much. I think we're at the end of the super chats here, and we are at the end of the super chats. Okay, with 10 minutes to spare, so we are going to take a couple of non-super chats and then call it a night. Jack Ray asks, splint armor? No, scale armor. It was scale armor. It's essentially scales with 4 holes drilled into it that are then sewn into a jacket. So really very cool, very cool armor. But it didn't look shiny on the outside. It didn't look like armor on the outside. It looked like a jacket. Okay. I'll take this one from Bonbon here. And he asks, in Egypt, did husband and wife sleep together next to each other? And if they were wealthy, in the same bed carpet? Yes, they did sleep together. Okay, that was very common. We do have some examples of, I should say fragments of double beds. Okay? And as long as a bed could accommodate a headrest, you could have a person on it. The headrests were basically supports, neck supports, and that's how they did pillows. They didn't have pillows as such. But they used these really hard net rests, which are apparently very good for your neck and really help you sleep. But in Egypt, yes, husband and wife did sleep together on the same bed, if the bed was large enough. Okay. I'm going to look here for a couple more non-super chats here, and then we'll call it a night. It's the first time in a long time we've gotten through all the the super chats before time. This almost never happens. Okay, and going back here, just looking for that Q and that colon. What's the funniest Egyptian conspiracy theory? Well, we're not getting a lot of non-super chats here, so we'll go. Well, I've answered most of them anyway, so it's if we don't answer them anymore, that's okay too. But I also know I have to skip by pretty. Not at this point. I don't have to at this point. Unless it comes up. Okay. Funniest Egyptian conspiracy theories. Pavel, asks, is the 12 Prophets one book or 12 separate? It's 12 separate books. Okay. It's usually, though, it's when it is bound, it's often bound as a single book because they're so short. Okay. But they were originally 12. Okay. So I'll take that one from Courtney that just popped up. Courtney Thompson asks, what are some examples among Semitic languages for a majestic or an intensive plural outside the Bible? Yes, okay. In the Talmud, there is a reference to David as Melachim, the great king. Okay? So that's the majestic plural of Melech. Melech meaning king, Melachim being plural kings, or majestic plural great king. So we do find that in the Talmud. Okay? So we do have some examples of it taking place outside of the Bible. Okay? So there's one example where you have it. Okay? So great question. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate that. Okay, and we will take one more non-super chat, and then we'll call it a night. So one more non-super chat, and then that's that. Trying to find a question earlier on, because I think we got more questions earlier on. And we're just doing this to make sure we, balance our non-super chats a little with our super chats as well, because we want to be fair about this. We want to make sure that non-super chats get a decent representation too, because we are doing this as a ministry. Yes, we're making money off of this that helps us to continue doing this through basically, I mean, this is our livelihood now. So we do appreciate all the super chat supports, but we are doing this as a service to the community. Okay. That's that one. Let's see. I'll take this one from Darkblade. Okay, and this will be the last question of the night. And he asks, did ancient people know the concept of languages being related to each other? Okay. It's actually a very good question, and the answer seems to be yes. They did seem to know this. Now, to what extent did they know this is an open question, but there is some indications that they knew that there was relationship between languages. For example, they did seem to know that there was a relationship between Aramaic and Syriac. Syriac being a later development of Aramaic. They did seem to know that Amoritic was related to Hebrew in some way. So there does seem to have been some realization that ancient languages were related, like the various dialects of Akkadian. Though Akkadian writers did seem to know that there was a relationship between them. So there does, at least as far as the interpretability of these languages, there does seem to have been an idea that they were all that various languages were related to each other, although they didn't always understand how they were related. Okay, so they did seem to know that there was a concept of it being related, but again, not always. Like there's sometimes when they weren't. There was such a difference between a language that they no longer saw it as a related language. An example of this was Aramaic and Hebrew. They didn't seem to understand the closeness of those two languages, even though it was apparent that, say, later on, like for example, when Daniel starts writing, in Hebrew and Aramaic and intertwines the two, that there was a relationship between the two languages where one could be understood easily as the other in particular case of the writer. So we don't know the limits of that, okay, of their knowledge of that concept of languages and the interrelationship between the two, although it does seem to be that there was some concept of it. Okay, so with that said, that's going to be our final question of the night. Thank you very much for watching tonight. We really appreciate all the support from our super chatters and our donors. Thank you so much. You keep the channel going, and without you, there's no food on our table to continue doing the work. So we really, really appreciate it. We also want to remind you that this Tuesday at 4 p.m., we're going to begin our Assassin's Creed Origins live play. We hope you can join us for that. We also want to thank our YouTube our Patreon and YouTube membership subscribers. You also help us by keeping the lights on and the equipment maintained. And we also want to thank our regular subscribers who watch our channel, who hit that like and subscribe button, and who recommend our videos to other social media platforms. You guys are the people who really get the message out. So with that said, thank you very much for watching. So glad you could join us tonight. We'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.